Test. 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 አይሰማም። ሄሎ ቴስት ሮቢ ይሰማል? 1 2 1 2 1 2 ቴስት 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 ቴስት 1 2 ሌላ ፋይል ይዘህ መጣህ ነው
እንትን ብለነው ነበር።
ምን
ቀይረናል? ትናንትና ፈርስት ኔም ላስት ኔም ምናምን ብለው ሲሉ ነበር።
ኦኬ 1 2 1 2 ቴስት 1 2 1 2 1 2 ቴስት
እሺ
1 2 ሮቢ 1 2 1 2 1 2 ቴስት 1 2 3 ሮቢ ይሰማል?
ምን ላይ ናችሁ?
ይሰማሃል? አሁን 3 ይሰማሃል?
ምን ላይ ናችሁ?
English 1 2 channel 3 is English ይሰማሃል? እሺ ቱ ሊሄድልህ
Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age?
I would like to warmly welcome you to this year's Knowledge Fair at COM 2026. Today, it stands at a space where ideas meet action, where Africa's development challenges are matched with African-led solutions. Realizing this potential requires learning from each other and scaling up what works, and also, of course, scaling down what does not work.
Nous sommes très honorés de prendre part à cette initiative et nous sommes très impatients de faire le tour et de voir ce que l'Afrique est capable de faire. Nous avons eu des petites discussions tout à l'heure, de niveler, de rattraper le niveau, essayer, n'est-ce pas, d'avoir cette solidarité dans la coopération sud-sud pour que l'ensemble des États puissent avancer au même rythme. C'est à ce titre et c'est à ce prix seulement que nous pourrons avoir une croissance massive.
Nous avons l'honneur de vous recevoir ici à Angers. Donc, je saisis cette occasion pour appeler tous les participants à tirer profit des spots qui sont sur place. Je pense qu'il y a pas mal d'opportunités de créer des passerelles, des échanges avec les partenaires qui sont présents ici à Angers.
Shukran, Asira. Shukran. Hello? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to take your seats so we can commence with the proceedings. Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à prendre place afin que nous puissions commencer la séance. Merci beaucoup. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, bonjour, assalamu alaikum. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the third and final day of the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts and the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa and the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Before we proceed, may I invite you to turn to the person beside you and ask about their plans for tomorrow and the day after. All right. So if you heard walking on the beach, if you heard taking a tour, if you heard going to Casablanca, I hope you heard attending the side events. Yes? Did your neighbor tell you side events? If you heard side events, can I see a hand raised? Yeah? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh, Nigeria. That's my people. Side events? Okay, fantastic. So, we have an impressive and carefully curated lineup of side events over the next 2 days, and we encourage all delegates to participate as actively as possible. Here are a few events names. There is a Continental Youth Symposium on the African youth at the frontier of technologies, innovation, sovereignty, and jobs in the digital age. There is a side event on enhancing Africa's trade flows through improved port infrastructure and operations. There's a high-level side event on health as sovereign investment, fiscal strategy, innovative finance, and regional transformation in Africa. These are but a few of the side events that we have. They'll be taking place right here, starting from as early as 9:30 tomorrow. More information can be found on the conference website. The issue would not be should I attend, but which one should I attend? So we definitely hope you do not miss any of them. Before we begin our proceedings, allow me to share a few important announcements. The Secretariat has put together an evaluation for you to provide your feedback on the conference proceedings and delivery. The evaluation will be made available shortly. The tour of the city of Tangier will take place after lunch, and we thank all those who have already confirmed their participation. A medical stand is available for any health needs, and ushers will be pleased to direct you. Once again, if you've lost any item at all, please contact security at the entrance of the plenary hall. And should you have any questions or clarifications, kindly visit the information desk in the lobby or approach any of our ushers. Now, without further ado, I now have the honor to hand over the floor to the Chair of the Borough, Mr. Yannick, Deputy Director for Regional Integration in Africa, Ministry of Economy, Planning and Regional Development of the Republic of Cameroon, to conduct the proceedings. Mr. Yannick, you have the floor.
Thank you, Moderator. Distinguished delegates, welcome back. I hope you had a restful evening. We'll continue our deliberations this morning. The meeting is resumed. I now call Mr. Mohamed Abdi Salam, Head Division of Program, Implementation and Coordination at AUDA NEPAD, to make a presentation on the report of progress made in the fulfillment of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. Mr. Abdi Salam, you have the floor. I understand Mr. Abdi Salam will join us remotely from Midrand, South Africa. Will the technical team kindly grant him access to make his presentation?
Good morning, bonjour à tous, sabah al khair, bon dia. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to give you a presentation. And I want to greet each and every member of the member states and also the host nation. Thank you very much. So my presentation will focus mainly how are we performing the continent as a whole as far as the implementation and the targets that we set forward for the second 10-year Agenda 2063. So, Chair and His Excellencies, as you can see my presentation, Agenda 2063 is a long-term plan for the continent. We had 50 years of political emancipation from 1963 to 2013. And then we had the second 50 years of political emancipation, that is 2013 to 2063. So this is 100-year span of political and socio-economic emancipation of the continent. And Agenda 2063 focus has the three major pillars. One is the ownership that is owned by African citizens, and also inclusivity, because it belongs to everyone. And also Agenda 2063 prioritize. It doesn't believe to implement everything at one go. So there are key policy priorities driven by the African Union. And last but not least, the issue of building foresight analysis. We don't have the truth in our pockets. However, managing uncertainties, managing risks, and building resilient Africa is also the three pillars. Therefore, the socio-economic, the prosperity, inclusivity, and managing our fragile environment, particularly building a resilient environment, and also managing the externalities, that is the pathway through Africa to become a sustainable continent for the future. So, Chair and Excellencies, we are coming from a first decade of Agenda 2063, as you recall, and that decade we call Decade of Convergence, which means we are trying to bring and aligning Agenda 2063 and African Union policies and priorities to integrate national and regional master plans. And that decade overall, the continent performed almost 40%, which is below the expectation. So, and we did a very comprehensive evaluation, and clear findings came out. Without going back to that, this time around, starting the baseline of 2023, we manage the performance of 24 and 25. And the results are coming out. Almost 45 member states reported successfully. We believe the remaining ones also, Chair and Excellencies, will provide reporting. I must congratulate countries that never reported in the past. This time around, they are reporting successfully. Just to allow me to mention some of these countries like Djibouti, like Somalia, like Burundi, like Liberia, Guinea-Conakry. They never reported. And this time around, we see successful reporting. And we believe that the remaining countries also will report. So what we see, Chair and Excellencies, the moonshot one, that the focus is prosperity, is about how to increase GDP per capita through building resilient productive systems, especially in the area of industry and agriculture. We see some improvement, 58% overall, and some successful stories from member states, but also overall there is still room for improvement. There is a room for improvement in the area of industrialization, clearly, and manufacturing capabilities. And then we are just starting now the CADEP Kampala Declaration, which is with its 5 priorities. And now we see that our countries are really taking agricultural transformation seriously, bringing small-scale farmers. We see the 5 pillars, all the countries are integrating their national development plans. So number 2 is the Africa Integration Agenda and the connectivity. Still is a progress, but this data is a provisory data, will be finalized and submitted to our member states, the workshop that will take place in May. And then our policy organs will approve at the end, and then it will be published, hopefully, in mid-year coordination meeting in Egypt. So the agenda of integration, we have 61%. Here, the focus is the value proposition of African Union flagship projects, the 14 flagship projects, and also regional economic communities. We are still having some difficulties with the RECs to report fully. 2 out of the 8 reported, and we are getting more and more results, and we are providing some capacity support. And we believe that this number might even increase a little bit. And also we have a remarkable work with the UNECA. Public institutions, particularly responsiveness to service delivery and accountability, we see a good result coming out of our member states. And solving issues peacefully, peace and security, also we see a good result. Moonshot 5, which explicit focus is culture, language, and identity. We are starting to deploy the major African languages, namely Arabic and Swahili. And we see more and more countries are integrating these Pan-African languages into their curricula. And then, and this also we see good result coming out. Chair and Excellencies, where we have some challenges, and we are very happy to share with you, is the area of African citizens are empowered in a productive manner. This is where health is there. This is where education is there. This is where skills and gender is there. Therefore, is an area that really is alarming. And what we see is exactly economic growth, socioeconomic growth that is not inclusive. In other ways, we are not really bringing the masses with us. And some data will show you very quickly. So this is an area also, Moonshot 6, that is crafted to reduce or eradicate poverty. And Chair and Excellencies, to eradicate poverty, that major 3 pillars to fight against that. One is health, particularly nutrition and child mortality to be reduced as per AU health strategy. The number 2 is education, particularly years of schools and school attendance. And the number 3 is living standards, particularly improving how we cook, because cooking method with the biomass, we understand, decimated our children and our women. and also sanitation, the clean water, the electricity, the living standards, and also the assets and businesses of our people. So this is an area that AU as a whole, we are going to reflect with our member states, with our RECs, and with UNECA, and we will come up strategic and not only strategic, but action-oriented programs to really fast track and address the root causes of this problem. And then the last one is Africa, not only to speak, but to speak one language in this geopolitical turbulent time that we are in, and protect Africa not to become a victim of proxy wars and related matters. So we want to build that Africa as a whole, as a one, to speak as one, to become a voice in the global arena, but also build our financing systems in place. We will discuss quickly about domestic resource mobilization, which is new AU strategy, as well as our systems and data. So overall, Chair and Excellencies, we are 69. The data is still coming. And we believe that for performance of 2024-2025, we are not as we expected, but we believe things could get better. Obviously, the next biennial report, 26-27, might have more challenges in terms of externalities and supply chain problems and energy problems and many other inflationary issue and trade systems and all the things that is happening as we speak. They might affect the next biennial report. Therefore, we need to really build very resilient systems in place to safeguard Africa as a whole, its sovereignty and its people and its resources. So, Excellencies, I will go a little bit fast. As you can see, the strategic objectives of Moonshot 1, which is Prosperity Moonshot, most of them, they are performing. The one that is a little bit below expectation is a blue economy. But blue economy, we have a EU strategy on blue economy, but we have to now bring the agenda of blue economy at the country level, at the REC level, as well as the country level, so that we can unpack this very important topic, the blue economy. And also we are moving through the circular economy, the blue economy, etc., and hydrogen economy, etc. So what we see here in terms of GDP per capita, according to the data that we received from our member states, baseline 2023, we are 2015, actual number is 1968. So basically $10 per person has been increased. Is a modest. It's below what we wanted to achieve, but we are in progress and we need to accelerate. Excellencies, if you look Moonshot 6 now, which is the moonshot of concern, you see education, you see ensuring health lives, gender equality, and all other things, youth and children. All these things, are below expectation. We are not performing as a continent as a whole. And when we go education is even worse, as you can see, not worse, but it's not performing compared to 2025 compared to 2023, all of them are below expectation. So they are going down. So this is something that we need to revert very, very quickly. And last but not least, you can see health performance. For example, we see even ARVs, HIV ARVs, the number is declining and many other issues. So these are indicators that requires a rapid deployment solutions at the national, regional, continental level. So, Excellency and Chair, what we are talking is just the past now. It's up to 2025. So whatever happened. We are just learning what happened in the past. What is more important to us is understanding and building the future. And the future, what we did with the collaboration with UNECA, what we did was we foresight, how countries and the RECs and AU can perform overall. And this one is, for example, different scenarios, business as usual. I'm taking the case of Angola, how Angola can perform in the business plan is business as usual, compared to Africa, and how Angola can perform using AU push targets. And what we see is, for example, this one is agriculture import dependency. Agenda 2063 says eliminate, not even reduce, eliminate, zero import food. And country like Angola, which is blessed, one of the best resources and land in the world can do that. And according to us, when you look the blue one, you see that Angola can achieve a reduction at least from the current 25 to 10% by 2033, although overall the continent we want to be zero. And so now the question is, if that is the target, what must we do Angola to achieve that target? To stop importing food rather than Angola exporting food to the continent and beyond the continent. So this is where we need to put policy options and choices and prioritization to the country. And then we did it all 55 countries, by the way, all the African countries, we did it. And we used different scenarios, and this very important foresight analysis we call country profiles is completed. And we are appreciative the work we do with the UNECA, and this will be validated by our member states. And then from there, it will help our countries to navigate in their future and build scenarios and build also resilience to anticipate future externalities, current and future externalities. So, Excellencies and Chair, what emerges from the biennial report, really number one, is that we see more and more our countries, our RECs, and even AU has a very interesting, very integrated planning system in place. So the challenge now is transitioning from planning into implementation. So we need to unblock anything that blocks implementation, whether it's financing, whether it's capacity, whether it's organizational, whether it's governance, whatever it is, we need to unblock implementation. Number two is, as we have seen it, there is economic growth, service expansion, but it's not translated into prosperity, bringing people with us. So the people is not with us. We are investing into things, but we need to invest into people and bring the people with us. And then we see there is a need for financing. This is investment and financing in order for us to do not business as usual. In order for us to do business non as usual, we need deeper sustained investment and financing. And last but not least is a data and statistical systems are there, but we need to improve further, especially at the AU level, and use different technologies, including geospatial. So this is just to give you some sort of introduction to what we are going to provide you in due course. It's like an antipasto for you, because you are the member states, therefore we have to share information that you provided to us. But Chair, we are also taking very seriously and based on the evaluation of the first decade, how are we going to finance our issues? So this is a serious matter. Our member states, our policy organs requested AUC, the commission led by our chairperson, and an African Union Development Agency, our CEO, to really come up with a feasibility study, to address, and come up with the sustainable solutions. From there, we developed also a domestic resource mobilization strategy, which we are going to deploy at the union level, at the regional level, and at the continental, at the national level. That will come. And one of the pillars of the domestic resource mobilization strategy, in fact, is the development fund, in which we are working also with our brothers UNECA. So what we see is what we want is the country, our continent and our countries, to have GDP growth of let's say 6-7%. By 2033, so that there is also a per capita. We know that our demographic profile is positive, is good, but we want to also this demographic to be potential, not as a threat. Therefore, we want to increase GDP per capita. So far, as you have seen it, is $10 up to last year, but we need to accelerate faster. So investments are key. So Chair and Excellencies, we did, the Commission and AUD and NEPAD, what we did was we undertook costing, in order for us to achieve business as usual compared to the Bush scenario, how much money we need, what is financing gap. And financing gap came up 3 trillion. That was some time back. This data is kind of obsolete because now if we repeat again, it may even go bigger. The gap might be even bigger. So this is what came out, 300 billion per year. And if you look this table, basic table, it gives you grosso modo, all the population growth, the GDP, ODA, that this is stagnant, capital markets, pension funds, sovereign wealth fund. We see remittance, FDI, all the data we updated just a few days back, so we can see grosso modo the capital structure of the continent. And then we did deep studies also in the issue of debt and debt spiral and debt, how African countries are dealing with the debt as a country by country, and also the cost of capital, cost of debt and servicing. We did modeling, and this is very complex data that we are happy to share with you in another platform. But just to update that this cannot be sustainable. So definitely, African Union Commission chair, our chair, put it Africa position. There's a paper policy on Africa position, and we believe his recommendation is the right way to go. This one is just to show the amount of investment that comes to the continent and the returns that go out of Africa. So we want that return to remain in the continent. So in the feasibility study, we undertook comprehensive analysis of the African financing landscape and also globally. We look Greek Climate Fund and others. So we did a deep studies, and then from there, we didn't want to come up something just for the sake of coming back, but we came up comprehensive recommendations and attribution that there is a need African Union to have the Agenda 2063 Development Fund. So this is responding the Executive Council decision to undertake this work, and this work is almost at the final stage. So what we did, Chair, we bring also the objectives of the fund and the windows and all these details which we can share with you on another platform, but we came up with 9 or 8 resource mobilization source. And all these studies we shared with the African Ministry of Finance and Planning, the 15, we call F15, and they undertook deeper review and assessment, and they approved. And now we are going through the leadership of our chairperson, African Union chairperson, we are going back to our member states to report back. So here, Chair, we did a very complex econometric analysis. We deployed a very complex econometric analysis where we assess, different sort of financing, looking at conservative, moderate, and optimistic. As you can see, the first one, diaspora plays a very key role, and green bond start very slow and then it goes up. So we use this econometric scenario model, and from there we identified 9 times 3, like all 9 resource mobilization mechanism, each one of them, the 3 scenarios. So we have a quantified report and analysis that came out of this complex econometrics that we did. Why I'm going to tell you this, because we want to work with you, we want to work with our member states, especially econometricians and economists of member states, to work with us and to build and to advance this study, because this study provides inside information, how Africa can really become financially sustainable, and especially our development goals. So since African financial institutions are not established yet, we cannot just sit and wait. So we need a continental agenda, especially how are we going to finance continental agenda that our member states can benefit and our regional economic communities. So we analyzed that, and actually I deleted Chair because I told this information belongs to our member states. We cannot just share everybody. And we are happy to share through UNECA this detailed information and also with our member states and our commission and everyone else, so that this discussion can, this work in progress can continue. So last but not least is just to highlight a few things here. Number one is we have Agenda 2063. is our continental platform, where we are going to report also SDG and the new SDG that will come, and etc. Right now, our focus is the next 10 year, this current 10 year up to 2033. This second 10 year, we are not only measuring the performance of our countries, which always perform despite all the challenges. We are measuring also the value proposition and performance of the REX. We are measuring the value proposition and performance of AU, particularly the Union, African Union Commission, AUD, NEPAD, and Continental Free Trade and Africa CDC. We are going to measure the performance. We are going to measure the performance of also what we call pathways. What pathways we are taking to achieve the second 10 year. Are they the right ones? Are they yielding the expected result, or they are the wrong ones? And why? Also, we are looking what we call enablers. Enablers means financing mechanism, partnership. We are going to measure our partners, their partnership. Is it yielding the result we expect? We are going to measure resilience, domestication and alignment, planning, etc. We have 9 enablers also. And now we have an African Union medium-term plan, which is the 5-year out of the 10 that is approved, that we are implementing through all the organs. We have continental and regional policies, in different domains, in health, in infrastructure, in education, and also regional policies. And then we have the driver of everything, which is our national development plans. We work our countries very closely to align national development plans with Agenda 2063 and UN cooperation framework. And in this case, we work with the UNDP and UNECA. We have also AU flagship projects, as I highlighted. We are going to measure them now. One of them is Continental Free Trade, Single Air Transport, CADEP, Continental Power Master Plan, etc. And then we have domestic resource mobilization. How are we going to really mobilize and finance and invest through DRM, domestic resource mobilization, which it's 4 pillars. And then the last but not least is the development fund that become an engine really to invest in strategic investment projects that are continental level, not at the national level. And then the whole thing come together. Thank you very much, Chair. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Abdi Salam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdi Salam, for your insightful presentation, very exhaustive presentation indeed. And what we're observing is that amongst all the indicators, those that have to do with human capital are indeed poor. Africa has a huge natural potential that can only exploit it if we have proper human resources, health-wise, and with a proper training. And what we can see is that throughout the world, it is worth having a strong, structured human asset instead of just raw materials that we cannot exploit. So let's get back to the proposals, to all those funding alternative options, because the indebtedness situation is serious and requires huge investments, in particular in the human capital, hence the need for national capital mobilization. And these are indeed new options that can help us raise more funds and provide more value to our human capital. Thank you.
Is now given to the delegates. The floor is open. The distinguished delegate of Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I greet all of you, and I would like to thank our presenter for his very elaborate presentation. I have a few comments to make. The first one is to agree with him entirely that we have huge data gaps in the implementation of the African Union Agenda 2063. As a result, it's virtually impossible to do very effective monitoring and evaluation. So we need to meet the data challenge. And then I think throughout the continent, there's very limited domestication of the African Union Agenda 2063. We talk about it in the policy organs of the African Union, the PRC, the Executive Council, the Assembly. If you went to a Ministry of Finance today, and some of my colleagues here are from the Ministry of Finance, I have a director next to me here. I'll ask a simple question. If you go in the corridors of the Ministry of Finance, are you going to find these posters on the SDGs? And the answer is yes. Are you going to find posters on the African Union Agenda 2063? And the answer is no. So that domestication is not there. And we need to improve on that domestication. There is also a weakness on the part of our colleagues out and apart. There is too much concentration on increasing GDP per capita. Where does that come from? It comes from overall GDP. And the African Union Agenda 2063 is very, very committed to say by 2023, each African country should grow at 7% per annum. Very few are doing that. And if African countries grow at 7% per annum, they are going to double GDP every 7 years. And that is going to raise the level of GDP per capita. So let us focus on how to increase overall GDP growth. And that is very, very simple, because when I was commissioner, we came up with in partnership with the African government, with a study on key actions to achieve inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. And we showed that this is how Africa can attain 7% through increasing investments to 40% of GDP, human capital development, business capital development, and enhancing the regional integration. So that is possible. My final comment. I think there's too much focus on having different funds. Now there's the proposal of the Development Fund. We know that the African Development Bank has a concessional window. Why should we have a separate development fund? And this year, just a few weeks ago, the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions launched, together with the OUDA-NEPAD, the Infrastructure Development Facility under OUDA-NEPAD. Why don't we have a unified financing mechanism by increasing resources of the concessional window of the African Development Bank, for example? Then let me end on a very, very provocative but visionary way in which Africa can achieve self-financing. And the formula is very, very simple. We have an agreed 0.2% financing levy. And the estimate is that if countries accept that, we can generate close to $2 billion per annum. Now, if we put $750 million in the budgets of the African Union, the difference can be invested by specialized agencies like the African Development or African Exim Bank. And we do it for 3 to 5 years. Africa can be self-financing. And when we have achieved that huge financing base, we undertake reforms to make the African Union be able to borrow on the capital market. And therefore, we position it to undergo regular credit rating. if we are very visionary, very bold, and very focused, within 10 to 15 years, Africa can be self-financing. Think about it. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Now the floor is given to the distinguished delegate of Senegal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We would like to congratulate Mr. Abdesalam for the informative presentation. It has been quite exhaustive. My comment is mainly about the human capital that he addressed throughout his presentation. Regarding the specific issue, we'd like to put emphasis on the capacity building dimension that should be done by all member states. And I'm speaking under the control of Mr. Abdesalam. During the first decade of the implementation, so 30 member states did submit the report as per the 10-year implementation plan 2024. 2033, and there was a significant lack of training initiatives at the level of the member states during the first 10-year implementation plan. Hence the importance of greater collaboration with institutes such as the African Institute of Economic Development as the operational major instrument of ECA by putting in place various strategies that will successfully combine training and the direct support to the various national administrations in view of all the training courses from which more than 5,000 beneficiaries did benefit from those training courses over the past year. And I would like to seize this opportunity to call upon Ms. Karima Bounamra Ben Sultan, inviting her to put in place collective institutional cooperation by putting in place synergies and moving on with allocating significant budgets that would allow for IDEP to move forward with providing training courses and building the capacities of the member states in as much as all this requires significant resources that need to be injected. And I would like to reiterate Senegal's steady commitment to accompany the African Institute of African Development to accomplish its noble mission. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Senegal. Indeed, the capacity building of a human capital is a critical issue that requires more budgets to be funded, particularly and injected, particularly that IDEP, for example, is a flagship institute when it comes to this aspect having to do with empowering and building the capacities of human capital. We would like to reiterate our call to the member states to encourage and pay the respective contributions to cover IDEP's budget. Kenya now. Floor is the distinguished delegate of Kenya.
Thank you, and thank you to the presenter for the wonderful presentation. My comment is based on data, just to echo what has been said by the distinguished delegate. We find that data has a very big impact in terms of showing the true performance. Like in Moonshot 6, countries have done so well investing in their people, but however, most of the indicators that we're reporting on are pegged on surveys, which are not done frequently. So you find that you only have 1 point data, and that's not able to give the true position. So we need maybe the AU and the AUDA NEPAD to assist the countries in how best we can be able to measure the progress. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is given now to the distinguished delegate of Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity, and very good morning. There are issues that were highlighted, and they are, correlated to some of the presentation we had in the last 2 days. So we saw that the FDI is mainly focusing on the extractive industry. In today's presentation, Abdul Salam also highlighted that the investment, the return on investment, how much of it stays in Africa. So you can see the correlation, like most of that investment may be in the extractive industry, and then they, find their ways back out of Africa. So this is something Abdul Salam highlighted, and it's important to, have a focus on, as we discussed earlier. Of course, it has to be country specific, the way they come into, but like from the center, the AU level, if we're able to guide countries and also put in their requirements, as to when they are coming into Africa, there will be a continental requirement, then the country requirement, that we will be able to ensure that bulk of these investments, remain. The Republic of Guinea did something, in this area for their extractive industry, and it has yielded so much benefit, in our region. We are privy to some of that data. The issue of debt also has come up, from the presentation, being unsustainable and a problem for our development. But yet, we are also promoting, blue bond, green bond, and so on. These are also debt, so that we do not lose sight of, the overall impact or the problem debt is, causing to us, the unsustainable nature. We have about at least 5 countries that are in debt distress, around 8 or more that are high risk of debt distress, and so on. And it is not abating. So that is also affecting our progress. So, but I would not leave actually without addressing, on one of the earlier comments that was made this morning in terms of domesticating, the protocols. The AU has so many good, initiatives, but at the country level, domestication is very low, So I think we need to also design some policy to see how do we promote that. From the presenter, he was mentioning they are doing some work because some of the financial institutions that we are to establish under AU, are not yet fully on board. So they had to carry out some of the work now, in a way to carry the process forward. So, and it was all due to the domestication issue. Some of those ones are ready. The protocols are developed until agreed, but domestication is lacking. So I think we need to have a refocus, and see how to domesticate some of those very good, instruments that we are developed, but not domesticated, and we cannot realize the full potential. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette
intervention. Thank you very much for this comment. Mr. Abdesalam, are you still online to maybe to further build on what was said with more comments and insights before we move to the next presentation? Mr. Abdesalam, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. What I received is actually very, very important feedback. And I will start with my teacher, my Excellency, Commissioner, former Commissioner. And he's also one of my teachers. I learn a lot from him. I couldn't agree more with him that the continent, our data systems, there is a gap. That is loud and clear. Now, the challenge will be, we have a EU strategy for harmonization of statistics in Africa, So our objective is to really implement that strategy that exists. The domestication clearly has a limitation based on the data we received, and definitely SDG is known more than Agenda 2063. That's also very true. However, what we believe is we need to enhance. We have a AU communication strategy, Agenda 2063 communication strategy, that has to be implemented, and we need more resources and more effort at the AU level to really domesticate this wonderful transformation plan that Africa has. This is what brings Africa together, is Agenda 2063. You know, this is the only continent that has a clear developmental pathway up to 2063. It's the only continent. That's why when we went to SDG, SDG is actually our baby, because it's Africa that really drove SDGs. As you recall in several meetings during the formulation of the SDGs. So Agenda 2063 is very important. Ideally, we believe under the leadership of the Union, the chair and UNECA, you know, to organize once a year, you know, under our champion, who is the president of Cote d'Ivoire, Agenda 2063 discussion. Ideally, each country should have even a ministry of Agenda 2063. So this is really very important. And now that we have a high uncertainty everywhere, globally and nationally, the only way we can build resilient and unify the continent is through Agenda 2063. So I agree, His Excellency, he's very right. We need to improve, and we believe also his remarkable leadership, the former commissioner, can play a very important role in this domain. The GDP per capita, this is what was agreed by among the member states, but we agree also that, you know, GDP does not reflect many basic components of societal progress. You know, it doesn't deal issues of gender equality, health, education, social inclusion. There are a number of things that GDP does not reflect in their measurement in terms of wealth, in terms of you know, product capital or etc. So we are 100% with him. However, this is what we have now as a measurement gap that will help us to understand some of the performance. But then we can go even deeper later on. The development fund, well, the commissioner, former commissioner highlighted, we need unified financing mechanism, and that is exactly the development fund. You don't have the full visibility with you, therefore I don't blame you for that, but we are going to share as soon as possible through UNECA, through the leadership of the union, we are going to share with you. And when you will look at it, one of the things you will see is really, is also we did proper analysis, comparative analysis, in order to avoid another fund. So we looked at everything, you know, we looked at AU funds, like the general fund, the peace fund, the reserve fund, the special fund that exists within AU. We looked at the continental, African Continental Free Trade Adjustment Fund. We looked at the pandemic fund that exists. We looked African Development Bank fund, and we looked at it very carefully. We even engaged to the president, up to the president of the bank. But remember, African Development Bank looks only 32 countries. It doesn't look 55 countries. Here, what we are focusing is not another fund. What we are focusing is fund that looks continental strategic initiatives. Continental strategic initiatives. And it's not the wish of AUD, NEPAD, or AUC, is the wish of our member states. It's member states that requested through Executive Council decision to undertake this feasibility. So our role is to complete the feasibility, consult with our member states, and go back, and through the chairperson of African Union to go back and say, this is what we did. Now they will decide the second phase of this very, very important product. As my brother from the Gambia highlighted, you know, African financial institutions are not there yet. So what we do, and we know that most of our African financial institutions, they focus to work with member states, which is very, very important. However, we have continental strategic initiatives. How are we going to connect the railway of all African capitals? How are we going to build a maritime system and shipping trade? How are we going to undertake our pharmaceuticals or minerals and value addition? How are we going to build corridors, food corridors? How are we going to do continental power master plan, bringing regional power pools and connecting and trading energy and exporting energy Africa to the rest of the world? You know, there are strategic initiatives, sovereignty of the continent, the wealth of the continent. Those strategic initiatives, there's not an instrument that can finance today. And the Union, African Union, is the best placed to drive that agenda, especially the chairperson and also the development agency. I totally agree, my brother from Senegal, in terms of capacity development. We work with IDEP in Dakar. I took a number of member states there, and we have an excellent working relationship, that historical building and the work that they do. We work together very well, and we continue building that relationship. Our sister from Kenya, data improvement. Yes, this is the crux of the matter, because when it comes to data, everything begins with civil registration vital statistics. You know, this is the mother of every data, every useful data we are talking is the civil registration vital statistics. But then from there you go, you know, doing agriculture surveys, you know, understanding the land and the topography and the soils, and then we go household, administrative, economic, environmental, and then geospatial, that brings everything together. We have a very good relationship with some of African countries, the geospatial institutions like Morocco, Algeria, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Egypt, etc., Kenya also. So we are trying to use all instruments, all technology possible. But what we want also is to build where we do what we call data repository. So to keep our data, privacy is very important, data governance is very important, so that even now, just to give you presentation, some of the data, I have to delete it because, you know, I want to give you this information personally because, you know, and through UNECA, because these are sensitive data that comes from our member states. So we have to be very vigilant, you know, what we share, what we don't share, how we share, who we share, what protocol we use. So we are very sensitive in this domain. Thank you very much, Chair. And really, we took a note, and we are going to work with you in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abdi Salam. Nous allons donner
We give the floor now to the moderator for her to specify the evaluation modalities of our session. Floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to invite you to take a few minutes to fill out the evaluation form for COM 2026. You can access the form via the QR code on the paper that was earlier distributed or on the screen in front of you. Thank you. Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're inviting you to take a few minutes to fill in the evaluation forms. You can access it through the QR code below the document that has been passed over to you. Thank you very much.
also to note, not only for delegates, but partners, ECA colleagues, and staff, please kindly fill out the evaluation form. Thank you. If you need a copy of the document, please just let one of the ushers know and they will give it to you. If you do not have a copy of the QR code, if you prefer it on paper as opposed to the screen, anything you need, we will make available for you to be able to fill out the forms. Distinguished delegates, we understand that there are some aspects that have not yet passed vis-à-vis the ministerial, but we're asking you to provide your feedback vis-à-vis what has happened this 3 days now. So your reflections is on the expert segment for now, and then we will share again later for you to fill the ministerial place. So please feel free to put in the not applicable, but please, we would really value your opinion on the first 3 days. I know there's been a lot of informal feedback on the cold, but I don't know if they put it there as a feedback for us. But apart from the cold. So 2 minutes more? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time in filling out the evaluation form. I'll now pass it back to the chair, Mr. Yannick, to continue with the proceedings.
Thank you, moderator. Distinguished delegates, I invite the committee to now turn to agenda item 7, entitled Date, Venue, and Theme of the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. I would like to draw the attention of the committee to the note by the Secretary entitled Date, Venue, and Theme of the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa, issued as document ECA/COE/44/22. We will first consider the theme proposed by the Secretary for the next session of the conference in 2027. I'm now calling Ms. Anna Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist, to give us brief remarks explaining the rationale on the proposed theme and the issues we would like to explore during the conference. Ms. Morsi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you all. As always, we are here to discuss with member states, both in terms of the venue for next year Conference of Ministers, as well as the theme. So what we are proposing as a venue for next year is to be held at ECA headquarters in Addis Ababa in March 2027, unless a member state offers to host for next year. And that would imply that this member state would also be offering to defray the actual cost difference in terms of hosting elsewhere, both direct and indirect cost. Second is in terms of the theme that we are proposing for next year. We are putting forward 3 themes for your consideration. One on shaping the future of work, another on from extraction to transformation, and a third on reclaiming financial sovereignty. But let me take you on these 3 one by one. So on the issue of shaping the future of work, of course, this relates to a very pertinent issue that all member states are struggling with, which is job creation, youth employment, and aligning that with the type of growth model and the mega trends that we are experiencing. So how we can actually transform one of our most strategic assets, which is our demographic, young population, into the catalyst for our future growth. The models that had worked before are not going to work any longer, so it cannot be the old industries that are labor intensive of the past. It needs to be fit for the future, given all the technological and innovative, transformation globally that are happening. We need to make sure that the youth are equipped with the type of skills that we need, whether in terms of green industrialization, technology, AI. So we need to train them for what is coming, not what we had before. And that means that our growth models need to fit with that direction. So that's the first theme that we are suggesting, which really involves thinking about future trends, but also aligning it with the job creation needs, demographics, and growth models. We believe that this would be a very timely among the three, probably the most timely theme for discussions for next year come, particularly that it builds on number of the things that we've been doing. So this year we talked about, what does it mean to have growth through innovation, what is needed to make this, frontier technologies and AI and data, the catalyst for economic transformation. Now we need to translate that into what it means to create jobs, to skill our youth, and to align our growth models. So it also builds on the foundations that have been laid, for example, in our Africa Business Forum for this year, which focused on private sector, galvanizing private sector momentum around jobs and innovation. So it would fit very well, in what the momentum that we've been building, and we hope that you are aligned with us on this, and you see the value of kind of having this building on all our discussions and the different both analytical work, convening, and thinking that we've been having to move to concrete action and more analytics, particularly focused on that area. The second option has to do with critical minerals and moving from extraction to transformation, leveraging critical minerals and biodiversity for Africa, industrialization and green growth. And this would also fit very well, and would like to ask for your consideration, actually, for considering kind of having a longer way of planning for the themes, so that we can have build kind of connecting dots in terms of the work, the analytics, and so on, to maximize the benefits of our gathering and our convening. So we are suggesting that we focus on that you consider this theme for the following year of 2028, especially that it would build on all the discussions we've been having, but it also aligns with the fact that in that year we will have the COP hosted in Addis Ababa, and an African COP, and it would fit very well with the type of things that we can have in terms of analytics that can anchor the African position on these issues, and can help in thinking, how can we translate that into concrete action along with these discussions. Of course, this is an issue that we've had a lot of discussions about in our meetings, in how we can, make sure that we have local beneficiation, value addition, not just extracting raw materials and criticals, but how do we build values around it and actually build an ecosystem that can help in raising the productivity of our growth and lead to our economic transformation. And in addition to critical mineral, because it's not just about critical minerals, it's also about nature and natural capital, and how can we actually integrate that. So the issues of biodiversity, the issue of carbon credits, how can we really anchor our development on the resources that we have, be it critical minerals or biodiversity. So we are hopeful that this fits well with the thinking of member states and aligns in terms of timing, particularly that we will have this African COP in the same year in 2028. The third option that we have here has to do with reclaiming financial sovereignty for Africa to drive sustainable and inclusive resilient development. And this topic is really, based on the the African countries, many African countries have been talking, particularly in the current context, the need for more self-reliance. The fact that, the reliance on foreign flows have affected resilience, have exposed vulnerabilities, and so that, for example, with the massive declines in official development assistance impact on health sector, and the implications. So the need for self-reliance in terms of focusing on more domestic resource mobilization, in terms of developing financial and capital markets, in terms of improving frameworks and governance so that we can curb illicit financial flows, in terms of also improving debt management and transparency. So this has to do with what can we do at home to improve self-reliance and financial sovereignty for our countries. So these are the three themes that are being put forward, and our recommendation is for shaping the future of work for next year come, and the focus on critical minerals, the second theme for the following year, to give us time to provide strong analytical input for the African thinking and position, ahead of the African Cup that would be in 2028. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mercy. Thank you. I now invite comments from the floor on the Secretariat's proposal. The distinguished delegate of Cameroon, you have the floor.
Bien, merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, la délégation du
President Delegation Cameroon would like to make the following proposal, the first topic on the youth, because with this topic would be in the continuation of the topic we've been discussing here. And by doing so, we could also address the mobilization of the youth in the implementation of the Agenda 2030, Agenda 2063, and since we're also talking about climate, education, and health. So, dear Chair, this is a cross-cutting topic which also covers the second topic on productive transformation, because it had to do with the youth labor, productive transformation. And it has also to do with sustainable development, resilience, and climate change, as the youth is the very engine of climate resilience. So this is, dear Chair, our proposal for the next CAN. Thank you.
Thank you. We now give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Zambia.
Once more, Chairperson, thank you very much. And I would like to thank the Deputy Executive Secretary for Programs and Chief Economist for the presentation of the possible themes that the Conference of Ministers can look at next year. Not very strongly committed to it. If others feel that we go the other way, we have no problem. Zambia is going to follow that. But our proposal would be on number 2. Why? Because right now, geopolitics is centered on critical minerals. And we are also on the move towards green growth. And the move towards green growth, when we look at our rainforests, we don't have the capacity really to negotiate good deals when it comes to preservation of our rainforests. We are underselling them, and that sustains our underdevelopment. And like indicated by the chief economist, one of our countries, Ethiopia, is going to host the next COP. So if we really have a focus on green growth and issues of how to protect our biodiversity, how to promote value addition at source of our critical minerals, then it would be very well positioned to really contribute to the success of COP27, and the COP which is coming next year in Ethiopia. But like I indicated, we are not too strongly committed to it. If the emerging causes us to go to other themes, we have no problems. But we have given our reasons for supporting theme number 2. Thank you.
Now we give the floor to the distinguished representative of Gambia, Sudan first.
السلام عليكم شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس شكرا سيد.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Ms. Morsi, for the informative presentation. We totally agree with our colleagues in Cameroon as to the youth employment and sustainable development in Africa, in as much as Africa is peculiar in terms of its youth capital. It is actually a young continent. We definitely need successful action plans for training these young people and employing them so that this becomes an engine of development at the level of our continent. We definitely need to put emphasis on making the trainings match the labor market's demands. Thank you for your kind listening.
Now we give the floor to Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for yet another opportunity. So the Gambia would like to propose the item number 1 on the youths. So this we saw to be very critical. Following some of the presentations earlier in the last 2 days, we saw that the GDP, we saw the growth in GDP, but the total productivity is an issue. So we need to enhance that, and the way to accelerate that process may call for empowering our youth and make them employable. It is social and economic imperative to address the issue of youth. In our part of the world, or Africa, this syndrome, we have a syndrome called backway, bulk of which are youth. The country lost more than 2,000 youth or more in this past, on a yearly basis, approximately, through that dangerous journey because there's lack of employment. There are underemployment and unemployment prevalent. That is driving and scaring our youths away. Listening to the statistics also in the last 2 days, the Africa has a youth population. And this cannot be permanent. We need to harness it now, not to wait any longer. So it will require all hands on deck to see how we engage our youth and to benefit from that full population that we were already always talking about the potential. But we should start to put in place processes and mechanisms to benefit from that potential or to realize that potential. So we therefore call, on the colleagues to support the item number 1 to be the next focus. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Gambia. We now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Guinea.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, dear Chairperson. I think these 3 topics are also very important because there's a connection between all of them, as we are talking about employment, about the African youth today. And given the pace with which the African population is evolving, there is, I guess, an urgent need to find ways and solutions to provide jobs to our youth. And to do so, we need to move towards industrialization, to the transformation of our resources, and Guinea is a very example of this, as we are currently exporting more than half of bauxite of the world. But this does not suffice, because the export of raw material, raw mineral, doesn't have the same value as the one that transformation can provide in terms of job creation and domestic resources, added value. But to do that transformation, you also need funding. And funding, as it is now, we know that Africa faces lots of problems because of all those shocks that it is going through. And external aids are declining, hence the need to further focus on our domestic resources. So now again, regarding Guinea, we were to propose the second topic, actually, because this is a topic that many African countries are involved with. But as was also said earlier, the topic number 1 maybe is more realistic somehow, given of the importance of the employability of our youth again in Africa. It is also true that the critical mineral topic that has been gaining momentum this past few years, maybe it is a topic that we need to further discuss, have more in-depth discussion on it. So this is my brief comment that I wanted to add at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Guinea. At this stage, we need a crystal clear position. Guinea is concretely proposing what theme exactly? First theme, sir.
Floor to the distinguished delegate of
Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nous, en ce qui nous concerne,
So as far as we are concerned, and after this first proposal over the three themes, we had the following idea. Why not creating a real debate on the three themes? And if we are able to sort out the current constraints, we could somehow, by leading with one theme, at the same time cover the two other themes. Because the youth training, youth employability, job creation require stability in all our countries. And the youngest section is clearly the most vulnerable one. And they play a key role, of course. And they suffer from all the uncertainties and the current instability. But again, youth labor that is poor. There are lots of people neither studying nor being trained or properly trained. And this is a large section of our populations. Around 1/3 of the youth population in our countries. But the future is our youth. So it's all about training. We need to train our African youth. If training is efficient, then the extraction and production of mineral or gas, oil, internally, in line with the endogenous development that we're asking for. If we provide proper training to our youth, then only our future, the future of our youth and our countries can be promising. So the first theme somehow is a solution, at least in the mid and long term, to the constraints of the first theme. With regards to the second one, if a large section of the population has jobs, works, this will create additional revenues. This will strengthen financial sovereignty because there will be an underlying stability, there will be more jobs, more work, and this is in fact a solution to the second theme. So if we think of, in a way, of reorganizing these constraints, I think that if we find out a solution to the first theme, we will be solving a great part of the two other themes in Africa. On the other hand, this first theme, since we're seeking a brighter future for our African continent, the first theme would be a solution to the others. And it is also in connection with innovation, with digitalization, with AI, which is indeed the foundational expectation for our future generations. And this should be properly dealt by all of us. Otherwise, the future of Africa could be compromised. So we, in our country, Senegal, we think that the first theme is much more important to deal with. Thank you. Thank you very much, esteemed delegate from Senegal. So before giving the floor to the distinguished delegate from Nigeria, I'd like to highlight the following. But of course, we will be waiting for the confirmation of my minister during the ministerial conference of Thursday and Friday. Cameroon is already proposing to host the next event into 2027. Now the floor to the esteemed delegate of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I align closely with Nigeria aligns closely with the last speaker, the distinguished delegate from Senegal. We are opting for the first one, which is youth employment. And just like the last speaker rightly noted, this can be achieved under the context of macroeconomic stability. So while we are pursuing this theme, invariably we are going to be discussing a lot of macroeconomic issues because employment is a core or key macroeconomic variable. And this has become very topical in recent time, youth employment. Even during the IMF World Bank annual meetings last year, I think the World Bank has youth employment as a very key area of work that it's going to be looking at in the future. Africa has a young population, as we know, and because of unemployment, the youth tend to leave the continent with their skills in search of greener pastures. This is not good for development. We need to see how to create an enabling climate for youth to be gainfully employed. With advancement in technology, we should seek to align skills to technological innovation and encourage youth, especially in the areas that we see their interest lie. For instance, creative industry and other areas. So this is very important. This topic is very important because when the youth are restive, that's when we see insecurity that tends to destabilize our societies. And I think we need to really address this matter. We need to see how we are going to involve the private sector through public-private partnerships to give the youths what they want, and also encourage development partners to align their objectives as well to youth empowerment, youth employment. All this we have been discussing growth, we've been discussing macroeconomic issues in the last 2 days. But when we have these figures, they are mere figures if they are not inclusive. So I believe that youth employment is taking the discussion further to make growth and development more inclusive. So Nigeria aligns with the first topic. And we also believe that it will, the sub-themes will also be selected in such a way that the other numbers 2 and 3 will be reflected in the discussions at the end of the day. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, distingué délégué du Nigeria.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Nigeria. Now the floor to the Comoros.
Merci.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. I'm Johnny Banali from the Comoros. What was said previously by my predecessor is in line with my own contribution. There's just one observation. We are a small island, and we are also hit by migratory flows. Our youth trying to flee the country and migrate. So we have our own specificities that are not the same than those of other countries. So we think that the third theme would be quite interesting because we rely much more on external aid, and we have our own issues that require more access to funding in order to strengthen and to build strategic infrastructure, ports, airports, because we're very far from other countries, disconnected. The youth employability is clearly a priority. Now, this being said, you cannot cover youth employability without addressing the matter of funding. So we really like to focus on access to funding. This is a main topic because the youth, they may provide ideas, but they have no access to credit, to funding, and this is a limitation to their talent and capacity. So in solidarity with other countries, I align with the theme number 1, but we tend to forget very often the very specificities of our small island countries because we are very much vulnerable when it comes to climate change and so many other matters. Thank you. Thank you. The ECA approach of the African Union and state parties is inclusivity, and we've been following the report yesterday on all small islands, lockland countries. There are huge efforts being made in order to take into considerations your specificities. The specificities of your country will be taken into account when we will be launching COP 2027. Thank you so much for your contribution, and we note that your country favors theme number 1.
The distinguished delegate of Tunisia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Would like to profusely thank Ms. Morsi for the relevant themes addressed as topics to be discussed during COP27. This said, Tunisia opts for theme 1 regarding youth employment and sustainable development in Africa, which for us constitutes a topic of paramount importance given the demographic growth of the youth on the continent. In as much as this is both a challenge and an opportunity, without efficient policies of integration, youth unemployment further exacerbates the existing hiatus and is a hindrance to development. Well-trained, qualified, and integrated youth into the labor market could become a powerful lever of development and a more dynamic development throughout the continent. This topic is intrinsically related to the major stakes of sustainable development, in as much as youth play a pivotal role when it comes to the digital, environmental, economic transformation. So making them access sustainable and decent jobs will further consecrate social stability while promoting inclusive development models, ones that are eco-friendly, and investing in them means investing in a more resilient, prosperous, and equitable future for Africa at large. With this said, I would like to further highlight the fact that migration flows of African youth clearly reflect the quest for job opportunities in as much as unemployment remains prevalent in Africa, and in order to better face the existing inequalities, be it the internal mobility or migration overseas versus the youth constitute a lever for development, but we should also take into consideration the contributions of the diaspora and the remittances coming from our migrants overseas. So this topic is for us a topic of paramount importance. That is why we want it to be retained as a major theme of COP27 all along, with addressing the other suggested themes during in the upcoming COP27, which for us remains one of the priority key themes to be addressed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We make it over to the distinguished delegate of Somalia, who is joining us online. Mr. Abdel Shakur, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jair and other delegates. I'm Abdel Shakur from Somalia. Somalia takes note, Mr. Jair, of the insightful intervention made by Zambia, South Sudan, Gambia, and also Guinea. And we acknowledge Zambia's point of political minerals and civil transition, particularly in the context of developing and Africa strategy for federal but we also recognize that all three themes are interconnected and mutually however, Somalia lies in the majority of the federative leadership is the major role of youth employment. And this is because Africa development trajectory is ultimately dependent on how effectively we invest in our young population. And as highlighted by Sudan and Gambia, the continuity demographic structure presents both opportunities and risks. Without adequate education, skills development, and job creation, this youth pledge could exacerbate unemployment, informality, and irregular migration. And professionally, with the right policies, it can become a powerful driver of an inclusive growth and transformation. And in Somalia context, the challenge is particularly pronounced and skills mismatches and limited access to quality education and constrained private sector growth continue to hinder youth employment, youth and employability, and therefore there's a strong need to align education system with a labor market demands, expanded technical and vocational training, and promote entrepreneurship, especially in emerging sectors such as the digital economy. And at the same time, we recognize that addressing youth employment must go hand in hand with broader structural transformation, include productivity growth and economic diversification. And in this regard, investment in sectors such as a green economic, natural resources highlighted by Zambia can also give new opportunities for decent jobs for young people. Finally, Mr. Jair, Somalia underscores the importance of coordinated regional efforts, knowledge sharing, and also evidence-based policy making to effectively enhancing Africa demographic and dividend and ensure a more inclusive and sustainable future work. I submit. Thank you, Jeff.
Merci beaucoup. Distingué délégué du
Distinguished delegate from Zimbabwe, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and also let me also take this opportunity to thank the previous speakers as well. My comment is on the possibility of us merging the first and the second theme, because I'm actually thinking that in as much as we want to create the future of work for our youth, but we also need to be transforming our economies from the extractive industries so that we are able to industrialize and create the much needed employment. So my submission will be maybe to recast the proposed themes to shaping Africa's future of work, leveraging youth, critical minerals, and biodiversity for inclusive growth and fiscal resilience. This, I also think it will cover the various diversities that our countries are in, and it will also address the need for us to build fiscal resilience, because we are also noticing that it's also of critical importance. So my humble submission will be to merge the two, because when our youth are educated, they need employment, which is supposed to be created from the transformed economies or transformed industries. So this will be my submission for now. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, distingué délégué.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. So we took note of your suggestion by the committee and the secretariat.
I have already cost.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Ms. Morsi, for the themes proposed regarding Côte d'Ivoire. We want to opt for theme 2 regarding the mineral resources, in as much as the government of Côte d'Ivoire made of mines and energy at the very heart of its development vision of 2030. In this regard, the National Development Plan 2026-2030 consecrates a whole strategic access as to energy and the mineral resources, which testifies to the strong political will at the highest spheres of decision making within our government. This key sector significantly contributes to the GDP and generates thousands of job opportunities, which allows us to actually jump on issues related to the youth, where the main stake revolves around employment, essentially, given the number of young people, number of alumni, and graduates. So the sector of energy and mineral resources will allow us to partly solve this issue of employment. One needs to also flag that this sector is a key lever for funding our ambitions, mainly our development ambitions. Honorable Chairperson, so this is the official position of our country when it comes to the choice of Côte d'Ivoire as per the three proposed themes. Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate. Floor now is to the distinguished delegate of Morocco. Floor is yours, sir. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable colleagues here present. So we stick to option one, youth employment, given its cross-cutting importance, in as much as this is a continuation of the proceedings of the current session, allowing us to further examine the impact of innovation on youth employment and growth. I would like to remind you of Africa's huge demographic potential, with more than 60% of its population being less than 25 years of age, and where there is a prevalent informal sector where millions of young people land on the labor market without clear job perspectives. And also the existing vulnerabilities at the level of the labor market. That is why we propose theme one to be the main theme of COM27. Thank you. Floor now is to distinguished delegate from Burundi. Floor is yours, sir. Ma'am. Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, Dr. Morsi, for your presentation. For Burundi, so this is not a peculiar case, but maybe as one of the least advanced countries, as we saw in yesterday's presentation, Burundi is actually recovering its economic and budget sovereignty with all the existing reforms conducted in my country, where one of our national priorities is theme two, namely the transformation of minerals. And as a way to reach out to this sovereignty, one cannot overlook the importance of theme one, which for Burundi remains actually a key theme, which is intrinsically related to theme two and others. So Burundi proposes theme two for COP27.
Libya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Regarding the position of Libya, I second my voice to that of my predecessors in proposing theme one to be the theme of COP27. Africa's future is intrinsically related to youth capacity to integrate labor market and promote and harness their leadership and digital skills and competences. Supporting youth employment is not only an economic prerequisite, but a strategy to achieve regional and continental stability. In this regard, Libya plays a pivotal role as a transit country when it comes to migratory flows and all the existing impacts that this has been conducive to empowering the youth and boosting their talents and investing youth competences in productivity processes. Digital sector is a promising sector, opening up wide horizons and future perspectives for creativity, innovation, and the contribution to the building of future economies. So enhancing an entrepreneurship, digital complementarity, innovation will allow for Africa's economic transition, but also for having a workforce that could actually achieve the continent's digital transformation, economic transformation at large. Gabon, floor is yours. Thank you, Honorable President. Gabon would like to express its choice. So we want the 59th session's theme to be theme one, youth employment. This is not a random choice. It responds to a common reality that we all share. And for us, this is a pivotal strategic priority issue. Given our unprecedented demographic growth, more than 65% of Africa's population is less than 25 years of age. And of course, all this could be compromised by the prevalent unemployment rate. So, with thousands of graduates and alumni in Gabon are quite frustrated, and this could threaten our cohesion and our social stability and, of course, our economic development. Why theme one, and why is it the tailored response we need to put in place? Because it repositions the reproductive effective employment of the youth within our economic equation. It's not only a subproduct of growth, so we need to reverse the equation and making the youth as a lever, as an engine of resilience growth, because it compels us to be forward-looking, diversifying our economies, developing renewable energy sectors, sectors that are to massively absorb our youth, provided this youth is well trained and qualified. So, and we need to also make training match the prerequisites of labor market. Therefore, need to align our fiscal policies and PPPs around unique objectives, creating decent and sustainable job opportunities for the youth. We are committed in Gabon in as much as we put in place drastic mutations and structural reforms. So in this battle, we cannot achieve victory on our own. We need to share a practical vision at the continental level. Hence, our choice of theme one, choosing to put the youth at the heart of our continental agenda. In as much as Africa will shoulder its responsibility to achieve inclusive prosperity, and we are ready to contribute to all this in success, in adversity, for this upcoming session to be a decisive turning point in the future of our youth and that of our continent. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Delegate. So I do believe that there is a more or less unanimous agreement as to sticking to theme one with the proposal of achieving a fusion between themes one and two, but the other member states that have not taken the floor. So we are looking forward to hearing your points of view, namely Lesotho, Tanzania, Ethiopia. Distinguished delegates, we are all ears to your proposals. Distinguished delegate from Lesotho, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This delegation is in line with number 2. We think it's a high time Africa transforms its critical minerals and biodiversity as a strategic asset for industrialization and green growth. And through industrialization and the green growth, we will be able to create or empower youth and to create youth job creations and give them the opportunities, empower them in climate change, and also contribute in smart agriculture. And it is our view that in line with the initiatives that are taken by African Union Commission, like the inaugural biodiversity summit that was in Gaborone, and also the issue of COP that is coming to Ethiopia, COP 32. It is very important for Africa to transform its critical minerals into tangible or into industrialization in order to increase financial sovereignty and also sustainable growth. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, distingué délégué de la Tanzanie. Thank you, distinguished delegate of Tanzania.
Person for this opportunity, and we commend the chief economist for presenting all the 3 themes. For us, we found that all the 3 themes are very relevant, but for the time being, we'll go for the theme number 1, and the reason have been said by most of the delegates, but for us, we found that all the 3 elements in the first theme are very important. First, the issue of youth employment have been discussed by most of the delegates, but we cannot. For us, we think we support that one. And maybe to add more on the issue for growth, we've seen in the presentation yesterday about the agenda and the SDG that for Africa to achieve the Agenda 2063, we are supposed to grow by the average of 7 to 10%. And in that presentation, you'll find that most of the member states have not achieved that growth average of 7 to 10. So we think that this is very, very important. And in addition to that, the issue of resilience is important, very important, because we know that we need to build resilience in order to at least to assist the member states to build their ability as African countries. You know that we need to recover from what is going on around the world, the economic shocks and the unexpected events. So for those, Chairperson, we support the theme number 1. Thank you very much.
Merci, distingué délégué.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Ghana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the position of Ghana is we would also like to choose the first theme. That being said, I think the honorable delegate from Zimbabwe also made an important point, because one would think the surest way to ensure youth employment would be the restructuring of our economies and then moving from extractives to industrialization. But in the interest of consensus and for the fact that these themes have already been well spelled out, we think the first theme will be the most pertinent to tackle first. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, distingué délégué. La tendance se dégage donc en...
Thank you. There is a consensus around theme 1. There was this proposal to recast the proposal by Zimbabwe, so I think we can get a wording that take into consideration the elements of theme 1 and 2. But now, before continuing, the floor to the executive chief economist and try to hear her comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to member countries. I think there is a clear majority that are opting for theme 1 on shaping the future of work and focusing on job creation and youth employment. So we take note of that. There were number of member countries that indicated the importance of theme 2 on from extraction to transformation, focusing on critical minerals. So I would like to check perhaps if we would be member states would be open to have that as the theme of the following year of 2028. Would this be would you be willing to then for 2027 for us to focus on the youth employment theme, and for the following year to agree on focusing on the critical minerals, and we can plan ahead accordingly? The guidance on this, if there is no objection, that would be very useful for us to have better planning and provide even more rigorous analytical work going forward on this topic, which seems to also have interest of a number of member countries. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Secrétaire Exécutive.
Thank you very much, Madam Executive Secretary. Actually, we are inclusive, and we're also quite accommodating, and thank you for this resume. And in 2027, we will follow this recommendation, and we will focus on the employment of youth. For the following year, we will explore all those options that will enable Africa to transform and value its raw materials, if I may say, and to the benefit of all of our economies. Therefore, we think that consensus seems to be directed at option 1. And if we are to retain that next year in 2027, the ministerial conference is going to deal with topic 1.
I'm going to read the theme. To the date, the Secretary has proposed that the conference be held in March 2027. I understand that the exact dates are to be decided upon following further consultation in the Bureau and with the Secretariat. And also, Mr. Chairman has given the okay, waiting for the Minister of Finance to host the 2027 COM. And as for the venue, the Secretary proposed that in accordance with long-standing practice, the facilitation of the commission be hosted maybe in Cameroon. We are waiting for the okay, the minister's okay. May I take it that committee which is to make recommendation to the conference that the theme of 2027 is shaping the future of war in Africa, youth, employment, growth, and fiscal resilience. I have no objection. It's so decided.
Now, one question poses itself: is there any objection with regard to the registration of this topic for the 2028 edition of our Conference of Ministers? Should there be no objection, we will therefore retain topic 2, from extraction to transformation, critical minerals and biodiversity.
The theme of 2028 COM.
It's over. It's adopted.
It's adopted. Senegal is adopted, but make your comment. If you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I was thinking that the challenge would be to move towards transformation, not the processing or transformation of goods, of our mineral resources, but it goes far beyond. It includes agriculture, husbandry, fisheries, extractive mineral industries, and one think that one may have a far more inclusive topic, even though this one is very important. But we could actually opt for something that is far more comprehensive, which would imply the global transformation of all our resources. That's the idea I had, but if it is adopted, I'll simply will follow. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for setting the record straight, distinguished delegate of Senegal. Côte d'Ivoire.
La proposition.
The proposal, as tabled by our colleague from Senegal, maybe we will seek equilibrium, the idea being that the majority of countries have proposed topic 1 pertaining to youth, and it goes without saying that all public policies as being enforced today in Africa do actually focus on the topic of youth, but it goes without saying that increasingly governance of mineral and energy resources contributes substantially to the formation of GDPs. And as I said when I took the floor earlier on, they also take part in creating many jobs. We know fully well that we have transversal or important transversal topics such as illegal gold mining, which very often jeopardizes national security issues. And I therefore would propose in a simplest way, why don't we simply merge the topic related to youth and the topic related to governance of critical resources, so that, as Senegal said so that by 2028, other topics, a topic that would pertain to modernization of the agricultural industry with a strengthening of productivity, and as he said, with the proper management of animal and fishery resources and fisheries, this would enable the food sovereignty of many of our states. So as I said, in 2028, we will be addressing a topic, and maybe it will not be the most relevant by 2028, and I therefore subscribe to the position of Senegal in this regard. I propose that we would have a topic for 2027 that would serve both positions, critical resources and youth, and in 2028, or maybe next year, we'll be able to find the right topic that would be quite relevant for 2028, or should we fail to do so, include agriculture. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegate of Côte d'Ivoire and of Senegal, for your contributions. True, we have made validations, but we continue to ponder. Obviously, as noted by the delegates, all such topics hold their own, because when we talked about employability, industrialization would be addressed, as well as innovation, the building of the capacity of human capital, material resources, and the Secretariat has proposed topics, and I don't think that we should go broad, and therefore we propose, distinguished delegates, that we remain focused on the options tabled by the Secretariat. Delegates, we thank you for your contributions, and now we are to call a coffee break, and we'll come back here at 3:30. I beg of you to be punctual, to be on time, because we will resume at 1530 hours. I will give the floor to our facilitator so that she may let you know about the remaining of the program for today.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to sincerely thank all those who have completed the evaluation survey. For those who have not yet had the opportunity, we kindly encourage you to do so. Your feedback is invaluable and every voice truly counts. We would also like to once again draw your attention to the important side events of the Conference of Ministers, which will take place on Tuesday, 31st March and Wednesday, 1st April. Shuttle services will be available to transport delegates to and from the designated conference hotels, and the detailed schedule of the side events are displayed on the screen for your reference. As you can see, the first side event tomorrow will commence at 9:30 a.m. Kindly note that in addition to the sessions, scheduled coffee and lunch breaks will be provided, and they will allow for further opportunities for networking and informal exchanges. At this juncture, kindly allow me to walk you through the program for the remainder of the day. From now until 4:30 p.m., the Secretariat, together with the Ad Hoc Drafting Committee, will be preparing the report of the Committee of Experts. During this time, delegates are invited to take advantage of the knowledge fair, which offers an excellent opportunity for peer learning and exchanges alongside light refreshments. Lunch is available from now up until 2 p.m. And from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., a guided tour of the beautiful city of Tangier will take place for those who have registered to participate. All those who are participating are kindly asked to meet in the lobby area by the front entrance of the Palais. Following the tour, delegates and partners will be transported back to the Palais where refreshments will be served. At 3:30 p.m., we will reconvene here in the plenary room for an engagement between delegates and the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Claver Gatete. We warmly invite all delegates to take advantage of this opportunity to hear directly from the Executive Secretary on the work of the ECA, to ask questions, to raise concerns, and to share perspectives. This is an important segment of the meeting, and we strongly encourage your full participation and return to the room at 3:30 p.m. Afterwards, we will proceed with the consideration and adoption of the report of the Committee of Experts, for which we need your full participation as well. Following that will be the closing of the meeting. Distinguished delegates, I wish you a good afternoon, and we look forward to welcome you back in the room and online at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
كان خالد وكان تصورني ديلي تلا بس ترجع برا شنقول أكيد سمع
ليك ما كتب لك فقط.
Test, test.
Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources. The youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age?
English 3. English 3.
has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age? Africa has grown steadily for decades. 30% of the world's critical minerals, 60% of its finest solar resources, the youngest population on Earth. But growth built on labor and capital alone has limits. The frontier technology era is here. How does Africa's greatest endowment become its greatest advantage? Why does a continent of 1.5 billion store its data beyond its own borders? And what will it take to lead the digital age?
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I trust you had a pleasant lunch, and for those who joined the tour, we hope you had an enjoyable glimpse of the captivating city of Tangier. At this time, we would like to invite you to take a short coffee break at the lounge. When we return at 5:07 p.m., the report will be ready for your consideration. Thank you. We'll take a 15-minute break and we'll be back to consider the report. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a refreshing break. We're pleased to announce that the report of the Committee of Experts is now online and available in Arabic, English, and French. To access the documents, please scan the QR code displayed on the screen or on the paper in front of you to access the Paper Smart portal. Would like to give some minutes to delegates to look through it before we proceed with the formal proceedings. Again, the report of the Committee of Experts is now online and it's available in Arabic, English, and French. Please scan the QR code to access the Paper Smart portal, and all documents are there for your use. Thank you. We'll give a few minutes for delegates to look through before we proceed with the formal proceedings. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, will continue to give a bit more time to review the documents because we know there are a few documents to go through. But if you have any questions or clarifications or you're not able to locate the documents, please do not hesitate to ask any of the ushers to assist. All right?
Recording in
So we'll start
progress.
in a few minutes, please. Thank you. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I now have the honor to hand over the floor to the Chair of the Bureau, Mr. Yannick, to conduct the proceedings. Mr. Yannick, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The meeting is resumed. Distinguished delegates, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch and that some of you managed to see a bit more of the beautiful city of Tangier. We will now proceed to the item of our agenda, today entitled Consideration and Adoption of the Report of the Committee of Experts and consideration of recommendations and draft resolutions. I call upon Mr. El Rami Zakaria, rapporteur of the Committee of Experts, to present the draft reports. But before, je voudrais préciser que
I'd like to highlight that the composition of the drafting committee of this report does actually reflect the 5 regions that we have set, and the committee is composed and made by 10 members, 2 members per region. So this report does reflect clearly all the exchanges that we've had so far, as well as all the states' contributions, and we'd like to commend the committee that such a short time span has done this incredible, titanic job drafting this report that really outscores and reflects clearly all the exchanges that we've had for the last 2 days. As we're not going to be reading line by line and thoroughly this report, we're going to go rather page by page to collect and gather all member states' contributions, and we're going to be only reading rather, Mr. Zakaria would be only reading the recommendations that were formulated and worded. So, Mr. Zakaria will walk us through the reports page by page. And in case of comments, the states and stakeholders can take the floor. And once we have finished going through the reports, Mr. Zakaria, our rapporteur, is going to be reading the recommendations. Mr. Zakaria, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour m'avoir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. First, the Economic Commission of Africa was held in Morocco from the 29th to 30 March 2026 in a hybrid mode, allowing online participants in attendance to follow the proceedings. Part 1. Well, I would say that the Secretariat of the ECE will be completing the first part. So the opening was chaired by the Minister of the President of the outgoing Bureau of the Experts Bureau. Preliminary discussions were actually made to support the programs of the Economic Commission of Africa, Mama Kinta, and also by Mr. Chair, a representative of the Moroccan Minister of Finance and Economy, Mrs. Nadia Fattah. In his opening remarks, Mr. Bashir emphasized that although the gross domestic product of Morocco, of Africa, had rebounded by 4% in 2025, African states are still heavily relying on raw materials, and Africa need to consolidate their growth, including by increasing capital investment, while addressing the major challenges, in particular the underutilization of its younger generation. And the growth had been driven largely by capital accumulation and productivity gains, reflecting in part the limited efficiency of public spending. Innovation remained the main driver of modern economies. Availability of reliable and transparent resources was essential for effective strategic planning. Digital technologies offer a great potential to boost productivity, reduce high transaction costs, and support the African integration in terms of trade and research and development. He could close by calling for a deepening of regional integration and strengthening of regional value chains. Point 13 in her opening statement, the Deputy Executive Secretary in charge of the program support noted that the theme of the session was timely and was the opportunity to examine the ways in which state-of-the-art technologies could accelerate and scale up growth and structural transformation in Africa by reallocating resources towards more productive sectors. Such technologies have the potential to create millions of jobs, reduce poverty, boost efficiency, and support adaptation and sustainable development, in particular in the area of agriculture. Africa has been laying behind compared to other regions in adopting technology. In that regard, artificial intelligence is projected to contribute only 5.6% to continent's economy. So, IT and informal companies and micro enterprises should actually be used to boost also state-of-the-art technology thanks to appropriate resources. Investing in data centers, digital information, and the creation of excellence centers could boost technological development, including in the informal sector. And she highlighted by calling out, alternative and very innovating resources and measures to boost the growth of Africa. Ms. Subshir, point 14, highlighted the efforts of Morocco to promote innovation and harness frontier technologies as articulated by the government in its Morocco 2030 National Digital Strategy. These efforts included the expansion of digital infrastructure, high debit infrastructure, and measures to facilitate investment. So these new technologies were transforming all fields and dimensions of society in the African countries needed to rethink their economies. A greater solidarity was also required to pool the resources of the continent and maximize and build on the benefits of these technologies. Item 15, in concluding the opening session, representative of ECA and the Moroccan government unveiled a commemorative stamp marking since the second session of ECA that was also held in Tangier. Number 2, Chapter 2, Election of the Bureau and Adoption of the Working Program. The following members of ECA were unanimously elected as a board committee to form the new bureau. Chair, Cameroon. First Vice Chair, Sierra Leone. Second Vice Chair, Kenya. Third Vice Chair, Zambia. Rapporteur, Morocco. Item 17, following an acceptance statement read by the newly elected member, the Economic Commission Integration in Central Africa, at the Ministry of the Economy and Regional Development of Cameroon, Efgango Daniel Yannick, the committee has adopted without further amendment the program of work and its agenda based on the draft program of work E/ECA/COE/44/3 Rev.1 and the provisional agenda E/ECA/COE/44/Rev.1. Shall I read the overall agenda?
OK, pour continuer.
So, By way of continuation, I will just quickly read the agenda. Point item 1 was the opening of the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts and the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. Item number 2, election of the Bureau and adoption of the agenda and program of work. Item 3, overview of recent economic and social developments in Africa. Item 4 was the assessment of progress on regional integration process in Africa. There was also another fifth item, presentation on the theme of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. Item 6 were statutory issues, was a report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Economic Commission for Africa, covering the period from March 2025 to February 2026. Another report later on the follow-up to the resolutions of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, a report of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development on its 11th session and follow-up activities, reports on United Nations support for the African Union and its African Union Development Agency New Partnership for Africa's Development Program, proposed program, plan and budget for 2027. There was also another report on the work of the subsidiary bodies of the Economic Commission for Africa and another report on the implementation of the Avaza Plan of Action for landlocked developing countries for the decade 2024-2034. There was also another program, Doha Program of Action for the Least Developed Countries, a report on progress made and achieved in the implementation of priority areas in Africa. Also, number 7, date, venue, and theme of the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. Point 8, other matters or miscellaneous. Item 9, consideration and adoption of the reports of the Committee of Experts and consideration of recommendations and draft resolutions. Closing of the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts. As the chair said, we'll move into part 2. I'm just going to highlight the titles. We had the conversations and debates. Everyone known what's in the documents. Now let's go and move directly to the recommendation. Item Big 3, the overview of the recent economic and social situation in Africa. So in the light of the debate, the discussion was focused on the following item. African countries are encouraged to focus on digital development and transportation through mixed and blended finance in order to boost inclusive infrastructure, social development and infrastructure, to reorient FDI towards value addition, industrialization, and domestic processing of raw materials, supported by investor-friendly tax reforms and strengthened partnerships with the private sector. Item 3, to promote transparency and accountability in public finances by harnessing technology and data, thanks to a uniform approach to debt management and reporting, to implement policies aimed at ensuring that digitalization, natural resource management, and fiscal reforms translate into broader job creation and more equitable development outcome. ECA is encouraged to provide policy guidance on value addition and job creation, in particular in strategic sectors such as mining and natural resource processing. To provide targeted analytical and technical support to countries that are in or are emerging from conflict situations with a view to supporting economic resilience, recovery, and development, to assist countries with strengthening data and digital governance systems, including measurement of digital activities and of performance in the services sectors, and with improving access to international platforms for debt transparency and concessional financing. On this very specific item, I will stop here. Shall I continue?
Donc, je vais lire les recommandations.
Let me read the recommendations for the second part on regional integration, and then we can start the discussions on these two major items. Item 4, assessment of the progress made on the regional integration process in Africa. Recommendation number 23. In the light of the discussions, the committee made the following recommendations. Members of ECA are encouraged to determine and establish short-term and medium-term priorities for regional integration, with a focus on sequence reforms in such areas as trade facilitation, infrastructure, and investment framework, supported by specific implementation and monitoring arrangements. Point 2, to strengthen domestic resource mobilization through tax reform, modernized tax administration, and the crowding in of private capital with a view to reducing reliance on debt financing and expanding fiscal space for development. Number 3, to pursue and ensure measurable progress in ratifying the protocol on free movement of persons in a manner that balances economic benefits with national security considerations and implementation capacity. Finding a right balance between economic advantages and rights and implementation of these policies. ECA is encouraged to provide technical support to its members, allowing them to widen their tax bases, improve tax administration efficiency, and diversify financing instruments. Number 3, to support industrial development strategies and strengthen regional value chains, including through such initiatives as the Single African Air Transport Market. Number 3, to continue to support the effective implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area and free movement frameworks, while assisting its members in balancing economic integration with security and stability considerations. If anyone has a comment or observation, I will hand it over to Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
The floor is now open on the first two presentations made yesterday. If there are any comments. So if there is any recommendation, any observation or comments on those recommendations, you can adopt and move forward.
No.
All right. Yes, the distinguished delegate of Morocco, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you much, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the manner in which you have conducted our proceedings. My delegation would like to table an observation with regard to participation. So, in a concern to ensure transparency with the member states here represented, the Moroccan delegation would like for the Secretariat to publish the various categories of participants. As indicated in the first paragraph, this would enable us to rationalize the text, and if there are any categories that are not represented, this would ensure proper verification. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Secretariat takes note of the tabled observation, and we shall mainstream all stakeholders. Should there be no further observation, we would adopt this recommendation. Mr. Zachariah, please proceed with the report. Thank you, Chair. Now, item number 5, presentation on the theme of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. And we will directly move on to recommendations. Item 29. In light of the debate, the committee has issued the following recommendations. Member states of the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa are encouraged to increase financing destined to innovation and productivity for young innovators and consistent with the commitment to ensure 1% of financial resources for development, and also to ensure that national focal points would use innovative financial mechanisms using green instruments, for example, and also to promote a local innovation and as well as to establish platforms for promoting financial inclusion. Item number 4, align education, skills development, and apprenticeships with the requirements of high productivity sectors, in particular in industry. Item 5, to actively involve the private sector in implementing policies that align skills with labor market needs, taking into account technological developments, innovation dynamics, and the growing requirements of industry. For subsection 4.0, 6, strengthen data autonomy and artificial intelligence sovereignty in order to reduce external dependency and strengthen national and subnational data systems and strategies. Item B, ECA is encouraged to support African countries in developing frameworks for prioritizing and monitoring the adoption of frontier technology and strengthening the governance of artificial intelligence, data, and cybersecurity. Item 2, to support African countries in developing stronger legal and institutional frameworks for inclusive, data-driven decision-making, in particular in those key economic sectors. Item 3, to support regional and inter-country collaboration on research and development, including technology development. Item 4, to provide technical support for the development of a continental framework to guide foreign direct investment, including in extractive industries, with minimum requirements regarding the benefits to be reaped by African countries. 5, to promote the establishment of centers of excellence specialized in artificial intelligence and the governance and management of data. Mr. Chair, would you like us to pause now and discuss, or should we continue? Please carry on. Item 6, statutory issues. In statutory issues, we do have many a report. You have the report of the Executive Secretary of the activities of ECA for from March 2025 to February 2026. Item B would be the report on the follow-up of the resolutions of the Conference of African Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. So as we did earlier, we will move on directly to recommendations. So item 35, in light of the debate, the committee has tabled the following recommendations. Strengthen the domestic resource mobilization and debt management by stemming illicit or illegal financial flows and improving budget administration as well as improvement of service, as well as strengthening or accelerate the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, and ECA is further encouraged to continue supporting a common African position on the reforms and the global financial architecture and debt restructuring. Scale up its support for the sovereign credit ratings of its member capital market developments and make operational an African credit rating agency, and also support its members through capacity building and peer learning in both artificial intelligence and digital governance. Employ robust monitoring and evaluation tools to track and report on the impact of the work of the ECA at the country level. 5, to collaborate with the rest of the United Nations system to provide technical assistance tailored to the specific needs of its members in the areas of access to climate finance, accreditation processes, capacity for project preparation, and the framing of climate investments in terms of risks and return profiles. Thank you very much, Mr. Zachariah. Distinguished delegates, we will now pause to collect your submissions. The distinguished delegate of the Gambia has risen his hand, and he may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity again. This was raised in the earlier pause, but it was on paragraph 12. It's in the second sentence of paragraph 12. Okay. Okay. So I prefer to see the English one. Anyway, so where you use the word import, it said import of raw material. So I believe either you want to mention the import of finished goods or export of raw materials. The English, or anyway, you are waiting for the French part. Yes. It says African economies remain structurally vulnerable and dependent on import of raw materials. Is that the correct characterization? Is correct? Import of raw materials.
Merci beaucoup pour cette remarque. Je pense que
Thank you very much for this observation. Since we're talking about African raw materials or resources, this would entail Secretariat. The Secretariat has taken note of your observation, and the correction will follow.
Any other comments? Yes, distinguished delegate of Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Excellency Chairperson, for this opportunity. And this delegation commend you in the manner in which you are steering your meeting. Chairperson, we have comment on paragraph 29, B, Roman numeral 5.
Please, can you give the page?
Paragraph 29B, Roman numeral 5. Chair, we have noted that this recommendation is too broad and lack clarity in the sense that it's not specific and no action. So we propose to improve it further to make it a bit actionable. That we propose that this one, you can read that it's written to promote the establishment of a Center of Excellence. So, Chairperson, for us, we found it to be very broad, and we need to improve. Maybe is it that we can recommend that maybe the ECA to provide the technical assistance or support in that respect, or maybe we can improve further. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup pour cette contribution.
Thank you very much for this contribution, distinguished delegate from Tanzania. Should there be no further comment, Mr. Zachariah, please carry on reading the report. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that we get to item C, report of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development during its 11th session and follow-up activities. And you also have D, report on the United Nations support for the African Union and its African Union Development Agency new partnership for Africa's development program. Move on to recommendations, item 40. In light of the debate, the committee made the following recommendation. Subsection A, accelerate the accelerate the implementation of recommendations contained in the outcome document of the 11th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, align national development strategies with 2030 Agenda and 2063 Agenda. ECA is encouraged to intensify support for its members on data-driven development planning and integrating the reporting, including in their efforts to strengthen national systems for the generation and use of high-quality data for evidence-based policy making. Item 2, assist its members in partnership with the African Union Commission and other stakeholders in aligning the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 through national planning, integrated implementation and reporting frameworks, including targeted technical assistance and policy advisory services. Item 3, further expand and strengthen its dashboard and data laboratories for monitoring the Sustainable Development Goals in Africa in order to enhance the availability, usability, and visualization of high-quality, timely data with a view to supporting evidence-based policy making, improving the tracking of progress made in implementing the 2030 Agenda and 2063 Agenda, and fostering greater transparency and coordination. Item E, proposed program, plan, and budget for 2027. Item 46, in light of the debate, the committee made the following recommendation. A, members of ECA are encouraged to strengthen coordination between the respective permanent missions to the United Nations in New York with a view to collectively advocate and defend the Commission's program and budget for 2027. Submit request to the Commission for technical assistance in priority areas, including innovative finance, capital market development, climate action, and value chain development. B, ECA is encouraged to continue supporting its members in promoting inclusive financing initiatives, particularly to the benefit of youth and women, thanks to strategic guidance, capacity building, and measures that will facilitate partnerships in the areas of national development of trade, ecological transition, resilient ecological transition faced in light of climate change, and the management of national resources. Strengthen
et de développement spécifiques, notamment dans les domaines de commerce, de la gouvernance économique, du développement.
Strengthen support provided to countries emerging from conflicts with regard to the development of their economic governance, financial resilience, and climate resilience, and also strengthen collaboration with stakeholders at both at a national, regional level, and increase the impact of such programs in order to improve their implementation in all the sub-regions. Thank you, Mr. Zachariah. So I give the floor to anyone who wishes to make or table an observation. Should no one wish to take the floor, then we will adopt these recommendations and move on forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item F, reports on the work of the subsidiary bodies of the Economic Commission for Africa. You have item 1, Committee on Private Sector Development, Regional Integration, Trade, Infrastructure, Industry and Technology. Regional Committee of the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management for Africa. The Committee on Social Policy, Poverty and Gender. Let's move directly to the recommendations. Item 54. In light of the debate or the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. A. Members of ECA are encouraged, 2. to accelerate the ratification and implementation of the protocol to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area on digital trade, including through the adoption of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Item 2, develop and implement the integrated geospatial information framework for ethical geospatial information management. Item 3, to recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work through regular time use surveys and the compilation of household production satellite accounts. 4, strengthen national statistical and data systems by integrating multidimensional poverty measures, gender-responsive data, and geospatial information into development planning. B, ECA is encouraged to support its members in the accelerated implementation of the protocol to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area on digital trade. Item 2, support its members in institutionalizing the African Gender and Development Index within the gender monitoring and reporting systems and in adapting the tool to inform more targeted programming. 3, provide technical assistance to its members with a view to improve the ability of their national statistical systems to measure multidimensional poverty, produce subnational data, and implement geospatial information frameworks. 4, support its members in strengthening intergovernmental cooperation for the purpose of sharing knowledge and experience. It's in managing big data, leveraging existing data warehouses across the continent. Item 4, the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. Recommendation. Item 57. In the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. Members of ECA are encouraged to prioritize the payment of outstanding arrears and ensure timely payment of the annual contributions to IDEP's budget. Engage actively with IDEP in identifying capacity development needs with a view to ensuring that its programs remain demand-driven and aligned with national development priorities. ECA is encouraged, 1, to continue the strategic review of the business model of IDEP with a view to responding to the evolving global and regional environment. 2, support the implementation of the new strategy framework of IDEP, including through an integrated capacity development program and diversified financing arrangements in order to strengthen the institutional financial sustainability and expand its reach across the continent. 5, intergovernmental committees of senior officials and experts. We move directly on to the recommendations. 60. In light of the discussion, the committee has tabled the following recommendations. 1, accelerate the digitalization of tax administration and public financial management systems with a view to broadening the tax base, reducing tax inequality, and strengthening domestic resource mobilization. 2, invest in digital infrastructure and connectivity and adopt cross-border data sharing frameworks as well as automated custom systems so as to facilitate regional trade and support the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. 3, develop and implement strategies that harness the blue economy, sustainable tourism, and green value chain as drivers of economic diversification, inclusive growth, in particular with expanded opportunities and capacity strengthening for young people, or capacity building for young people. ECA is encouraged to continue providing tailored analytical and technical support on the focus area for each sub-regional office, taking into consideration sub-regional context and comparative advantages. To strengthen support for post-conflict countries and those facing elevated climate vulnerability through action that would promote economic resilience, recovery, and sustainable development. Thank you very much. Any observation from the floor? Any addenda?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to draw the attention of this meeting to paragraph 4, and A in particular, and 1, where it says to accelerate the ratification and implementation of the protocol to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area on digital trade, including through the adoption of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. The problem there is on the word adoption. The Pan-African Payment and Settlement System has already been adopted, and there are about 32 countries already using it. So what we can say is that including through broader use of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System by African central banks. We need more African central banks to buy in. That's when it's going to work much more effectively. So it has already been adopted. So the sentence again, through the broader use of the Pan-African and the Payment and Settlement System by African central banks. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette importante contribution et précision.
Thank you very much for this very important clarification and highlights. Honorable representative from Senegal. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If I may, before addressing the item for which we actually asked for the floor, and in light of the comments made by the Moroccan delegation, I think there is a material constraint, but we can still actually add on and enhance this chapter, this point. As far as the section relating to LIDEP 57, recommendation 57, in the French version, there is an alignment effort to be made, because it says to prioritize the payment of outstanding arrears and ensure timely payment. And timely payment might be confusing. So just ensure payment on time. It will be better phrased. And this is where I want to rephrase it. So members of ECA, here I would like to suggest member states of ECA are encouraged to honor their statutory contributions under the IDEP annual contributions to the budgets of IDEP. I think this will make more sense and will be clear. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate. This is a very important clarification, very important and relevant. It has been noted duly by the Secretariat. If there are no further questions or comments to this recommendation, we can proceed and can be considered as adopted. Thank you very much, Chair. We are in point G, the report on the implementation of the VASA program in favor of developing countries on Doha Program of Action for the Least Developed Countries, report on progress and implementation of priority areas in Africa. Item 3, in light of the debates, the committee has formulated the following recommendations. Members of ECA that are landlocked developing countries or least developed countries are encouraged to align the national development plans, strategies, and budgets with the priorities of the Doha Program of African and the Avaza Program of Action, while ensuring coherence with the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. The agenda we want for the African continent is to strengthen resilience to external shocks by investing in and enhancing adaptive and productive capacities, food security, and sustainable natural resource management. B, members of ECA that are landlocked developing countries are encouraged to apply international transit obligations to national and adapt them to national context and harmonize them with national policies and regulations. C, members of ECA that are least developed countries are encouraged to ensure that they develop smooth transition strategies before graduation from the least developed country status with a view to sustaining their graduated status. D, ECA is encouraged to provide technical assistance in support of the alignment of national development frameworks with the Doha Program of Actions and the Avaza Program of Action, and to strengthen monitoring and reporting capacities. And number 2, to assist its members in strengthening trade facilitation, reducing trade costs, and enhancing participation in regional and global value chains, including through the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. 3 is to promote regional infrastructure and connectivity, including cross-border initiatives. 4, to facilitate knowledge sharing, peer learning, and regional dialogue in order to accelerate the effective implementation of the programs of actions and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Number 7, date, venue, and theme of the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Before moving to the next elements, we will maybe conclude all the presentations. Maybe we'll take a moment to take your comments and observations on these two previous presentations and reports. Honorable delegates, you have the floor. Honorable delegate of the Gambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's actually on paragraph 54. Roman 3. That is, yes, on the A, where you, I, Roman 3. So the issue, I know this was discussed to recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work through regular time use survey. So, but there were comments to say how ECA could help countries, because this is something perhaps is not been, carried out in many of the countries in valuing this statistically. So I would want to suggest perhaps under where we would say ECA is encouraged, to provide technical assistance for countries to be able to undertake this, survey. So that is the first comment. The second comment, I did not see, yesterday during the presentation also we raised concerns about domestication of protocols. So, and there was this comment that whether ECA, what ECA could do to assist, in encouraging that domestication of the protocols. Because like when AU made a presentation, of course, they mentioned that there were absence of, finance institutions. So because of their absence, they are not established, although there are protocols, establishing them. So they are undertaking some of the work now that would have been undertaken by those, institutions. So there was comment of some lack of domestication. So if that drive could be accelerated, so it could help. Even in the use of the landlocked countries also, we mentioned the issue of redress. If, because countries are encouraged to include in their regulations, they have the obligation to include in their regulations that will, facilitate, transit. So there was this question now, if there are issues with that, are there redress mechanism? So which was also, lacking from the response. So that's why, this issue of domestication of protocols become important, not only having them ratified or hanging there, not being domesticated, so you don't get the full benefit of them. So ECA could play a role, in that. I didn't see that domestication issue being captured. So this other one is the, what ECA could do to assist countries to be able to carry out this kind of statistics. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, distingué délégué.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of the Gambia, for tabling these observations that will definitely enrich our report. And also, the concerns you have raised shall be met in such regard, with regard to the support that ECA may provide to member states. We would like also to welcome the Executive Secretary and the Executive Secretary of INECA, Mr. We are now reviewing the report of experts. We're almost at the end. And as we will validate this report, Mr. Ngote, we will be engaging the traditional exchange between member states. We're very honored by your presence, and we do know that you will provide answers and responses to the concerns raised by member states and stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Executive Secretary. Having said so, we also take on the observations that were tabled on statutory issues before moving to the venue and the date, as well as the theme for the meeting of 2027. Should there be no further contribution, we would consider that the said recommendations have been adopted and we may move and proceed forward. Mrs. Zachariah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 7, date and venue and theme of the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. And if you would allow us, we would like to state that there are 3 options in terms of themes. And if you allow me, I shall read them. All three. I may read it. The representative of the Secretariat has submitted a note with regard to the venue, the date, and the theme of the 59th session of the ECA. It was recommended that the conference be held at the headquarters of ECA, except if a member wishes to provide their candidature through a consultative mechanism that will be submitted to the Secretariat for examination. Then, model growth in Africa for youth and budgetary resilience. From extraction to transformation, benefit from critical minerals and Africa's biodiversity for industrialization and green growth. 3, recover African sovereignty in favor of resilient and sustainable development. Now, recommendation 68. The committee has made the following recommendation. The 59th session of the Economic Commission of Africa should be held on shaping the future of work in Africa, youth employment, growth, and fiscal resilience. The 60th session of the Economic Commission for Africa should be held under the theme, From Extraction to Transformation, Leveraging the Critical Minerals and Biodiversity of Africa for Industrialization and Green Growth. C, the offer made from Cameroon to host the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa under the preferred theme should be accepted by the ministers. 8, other matters or miscellaneous, no issue, no other matter was raised. Consideration and adoption of the report of the Committee of Experts and consideration of recommendations and draft resolutions. I, therefore, Chair, give you back the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Zachariah, for these recommendations with regard to the date, venue, and the theme of COM 2027. If there is any response, it ought to be expressed by the delegates, whom do have the floor.
Honorable Delegate of Tanzania. Tanzania, you have the floor.
On paragraph 68, we propose some slightly improvement in that para. Since there is, we are proposing this recommendation to be adopted by the higher level, that is the minister, to be adopted, we propose to delete the word should in both item A, B, and C. The word should, that the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa be held instead of should be, because we are recommending it to the higher level for their adoption, that is A and B. And for item C, after the word should, we remove the word should and also to add the word considered instead of accepted. So the preferred theme be considered by the minister. That is our proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable Secretary. Honorable Delegates, the Secretariat has taken duly note of your comments and observations. If there are no further comments or observations on our draft report, we will now proceed to the next items. And I'd like to recall that beyond the exchanges that have been made here, all regions have been properly represented in the drafting committee, and all the exchanges duly reflect the willingness and eagerness of the states. We once again commend and congratulate the drafting committee of this report that is highly structured. We're now concluding that our expert draft committee of the 58th COM and 44th session has been properly adopted. Thank you very much.
Morocco. Late.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Non, juste avant l'adoption du rapport, parce que...
Thank you, dear Chair. But right before the adoption of the report, because actually we raised our hands right before you adopted the report, we just wanted to reiterate requests of my delegation. Would like to ask the ECA Secretariat to provide us with a list of participants with all their categories. I'm talking about Part A, participation, because there's some kind of ambiguous categories. Would like to have a clear view of the list of participants, or maybe just delete that list and just put member states and United Nations representatives. But before we actually adopt the report, please.
Merci beaucoup. Toutes les remarques.
Thank you very much. We duly take note of all observations. The Secretariat is actually working on all those observations. We have listened to the interventions of the member states, of the civil society, and other stakeholders. And in this sense, the Secretariat noted all these, and this has been taken note in the report.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, est-ce qu'on...
Dear Chair, can we have a response from the Secretariat, please? The Secretariat is actually working on it. Thank you very much. Please be patient.
Merci beaucoup. Nous revenons à...
Thank you very much, and we'll now give room to the delegate of Morocco, as Morocco is a rapporteur, member of the Bureau. We suggest the Secretariat be in connection with Morocco in order to put up this list of participants and make sure we can move forward. Thank you.
Distinguished delegate, we will now turn to another important segment of our meeting, where the ECA Executive Secretary will make brief remarks, and we will open the floor for him to interact with delegates and for questions and comments on the work of the Commission over the past year. Excuse me. I therefore understand that there may be support to adopt the report. If there is no objection, it's so I decided, and the report is hereby adopted. Distinguished delegates, we now move to the last item of our agenda, entitled Closing of the Meeting. Before I make my concluding remarks, I would like to call on Ms. Anan Morsi, the Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist of ECA, to deliver her closing statements. Ms. Morsi, you have the floor.
Excellencies, esteemed experts, distinguished delegates, as we conclude the 44th session of the Committee of Experts, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to each one of you for the richness of our discussions, the quality of insights shared over the last 3 days. The depth of expertise in this room, alongside with valued partners and organizations, has once again affirmed the role of this committee. Your excellent comments, thoughtful recommendations from technical foundation will form that technical foundation that will guide our ministers and shape priorities at global, regional, and national levels. We meet at a time of profound global change. It's a time like no other. Technological advancement is accelerating. The economic landscape is shifting quickly, and competition to govern data, artificial intelligence, and digital infrastructure is quickly intensifying. For Africa, this moment presents both risk and opportunity. Over the past days, you have reviewed ECA's statutory reporting and also explored how innovation, digital technologies, and improved data governance can act as catalysts for productivity, diversification, and, most importantly, structural transformation. You have underscored the imperative for Africa to become a strategic actor capable of shaping the rules of the global digital economy rather than remaining as a passive participant. Your discussions have remained grounded in economic reality, while Africa's growth has begun to recover, supported by improved macroeconomic stability and infrastructure investment. This recovery is fragile. New pressures have emerged from the impact of the conflict in the Middle East, disruptions to energy markets, heightened volatility in trade and financial flows, and shifting geopolitical alignments that strain already tight fiscal positions. For African economies, these shocks translate into rising import costs, tighter external financing, and renewed inflationary pressures. Public debt remains elevated, fiscal space is constrained, and structural challenges such as limited industrialization, persistent inequality, and vulnerability to global shocks continue to pose significant hurdles. The choices we make will determine whether Africa merely adapts to global change or actively shape its own future. Your deliberations have produced valuable recommendations for the upcoming ministerial segment. Allow me to highlight the key messages. First, that we must accelerate structural transformation through innovation-driven growth across agriculture, industry, and services. This requires country-led prioritization frameworks to identify which technologies and sectors can deliver the fastest productivity gains within 3 to 5 years. Second, we must build robust data governance systems and digital infrastructure, ensuring Africa actively shapes technologies influencing its future. This demands data sovereignty, robust domestic legislation, AI awareness, and strong cybersecurity. Third, we must mobilize sustainable financing while strengthening domestic resource mobilization, improving fiscal governance, and addressing high public debt. Simultaneously, we must continue collective advocacy for the reform of the global financial architecture. Fourth, we must invest in inclusive research and development and human capital, equipping Africa's youth with the digital and technological skills for rapidly changing global economy. Fifth, we must deepen regional cooperation and integration. This includes strengthening geospatial data systems, accelerating Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement implementation to facilitate trade for landlocked countries and closer trade integration across the continent, and aligning our global engagement to ensure African priorities are represented at international level. We must also link Agenda 2063 with the SDGs through integrated planning tools that reduce transaction costs for member states. Distinguished delegates, the past few days have reaffirmed that Africa's future will be shaped by its ability to innovate, harness data and technology, and translate knowledge into transformative economic policy. The moment generated here must now translate into tangible action at national, regional, and continental levels. Africa's trajectory depends not only on the policies we design, but on our ability to implement them through effective effectively mobilizing partnerships and harnessing innovation for the benefit of all Africans. I would like to express my deep appreciation to the government and the people of the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting us in the beautiful city of Tangier, this historic city long across civilization has been a bridge between continents and a testament to the power of connectivity and exchange. This has provided an inspiring setting for our deliberation, and it's a fitting reminder that Africa's strength has always been found in its connections across borders, across sectors, and across ideas. I thank all delegations, experts, partners, and colleagues for your active engagement and constructive contributions. And I would like to make sure that we also recognize all the behind-the-scene heroes that made our meeting possible. I'd like to express my appreciation to those who worked very diligently behind the scenes to ensure smooth logistical and operational success of this meeting. Your commitment reflects our shared determination to advance Africa's agenda, and we thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Morsi.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morsi, for your concluding words that actually properly summarizes all the content of our exchanges. Esteemed delegates, this meeting also aims at preparing the ministerial section. And this is why 3 resolutions were submitted to you through the platform for your review that we have to adopt here before they are submitted to the ministers. Mr. Zakaria, you will read briefly the resolutions so that we can adopt them. Thank you. Thank you, dear Chair. The first resolution on the budget and work program for the period 27 in the document E/ECA/OCE/44/20ES.3. This resolution shall be displayed on the screen. Do you want me to read the whole resolution? The Minister Conference recognizing the strategic importance of the work program, the annual budget program for the implementation of the work program of the ECA, in line with strategic guidelines and main tasks of the Commission within its 9 sub-programs and implementation of the guidelines of the Economic and Social Council, reminding the realignment of the work of the Commission so as to enable a strongest concentration on the emerging themes such as the harmonization with the development priorities, the African aspirations, in particular the main transformations that are required if we want to speed up the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals as stated in the program for the period 2030, and also for the implementation of the Addenda 2063 of the African Union. Noting the reviewed forecasts of the program budget of the Commission for 2026 in the framework of the initiative United Nations 80 and approved by the General Assembly, noting also the organizational changes that were made for a better program efficiency of the Commission. Few decrees, the note that the executive body of the Commission has submitted to the Ministers' Conference in the 58th session of the Commission. Given the fact that Africa is still suffering from recurrent conflicts and crises internally but also externally that increase its vulnerability vis-à-vis shocks with social economic consequences, given the fact that planned programs, projects and budget programs for the period 27 translate the efforts that the ECA has been deploying in order to improve the actions of its program and mobilize resources in order to finance sustainable development. Having examined the proposed 27 program plan and budget, in which the objective and most important expected results and deliverables for all sub-programs are highlighted, 1. Urges the Economic Commission for Africa to work towards strengthening its resource mobilization efforts with a view to improving the balance between regular budgetary allocations and extra budgetary resources. Item 2. Endorses the 27 program plan and budget of the Commission. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Actually, we just want to read the titles of the resolutions, if you may. So there are 3 resolutions in total.
Donc, comme suggéré par le Monsieur Haji,
As suggested by Mr. Haji, we shall then do the following, because the resolutions are displayed on the screen. The second resolution is promoting sustainable energy in order to strengthen digital and technological infrastructure in Africa. This is in the document EECA/ECA 44/4ES/EL.1. The third resolution, the labor reorganization of the ECA, that shall be displayed in a minute for your review. It is contained in document E/ECA/COE/44/RES/L2. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Zakaria. Are there any observations, comments on the 3 resolutions? If not, they shall be adopted and then submitted to the ministerial section.
Distinguished delegates, we have now come to the end of the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts. Let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank all the participants for their fruitful exchange and constructive engagement that we have brought us to this point. Your report and recommendations reflect the view of all the experts on the issues discussed over the past 3 days. As chair of the Bureau, Cameroon will work with the Secretariat of the present your report to the Conference of Ministers on the 3rd April 2026. I thank members of the outgoing Bureau for their commitment and support to the Secretariat. Under the distinguished leadership of Morocco, as chair, the ongoing Bureau has set a very high bar. On behalf of the Republic of Cameroon, I take this opportunity to express our aspiration to continue with this noble tradition of collaboration and support to the ECA Secretariat. Finally, I wish you all a very good evening. I hereby declare the 44th session of the meeting of the Committee of Experts closed. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to join my voice to also thank you for your active participation, insightful contributions, and the spirit of collaboration that has enriched our discussions throughout these 3 days. Before we move to the next segment, I would like to kindly ask for a group photo with all our high-level officials. If we can arrange for one in front right here. Please, ES, Chair, DESs, Rapporteur, Alhaji, can we please have a group photo together? Thank you. Can we please give them a round of applause? We now move to an important segment of our meeting. This session provides an opportunity to hear directly from the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa on the work of the Commission. I encourage you to take full advantage of this exchange by asking questions, raising concerns, and sharing your perspectives. Without further ado, I now have the honor to invite the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Claver Gatete, to take the floor. Mr. Gatete, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me? With your permission, I think I can take it from here, or I can go the other side. I don't know. Whatever you instruct. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, basically, I think the chair has concluded the meeting, and mine is just listen to you to hear from what you have discussed and the issues that came out. But I just wanted to say a few things. First is to thank the Kingdom of Morocco, really for organizing this event. From the time I was in Addis Ababa and in transit, I was always following up on what is happening here. And whoever I ask, they tell me the government has done quite a lot. I heard it many, many times. And since I heard it many times almost from everyone, I have no doubt that is true. And for this reason, we thank the government of Morocco really for supporting us. They told me the level of organization is going to be very difficult to be matched. And I think Cameroon is in trouble for next year. So this has been quite a big level that one has to work very hard to achieve. Secondly, I want to thank all of you for the work that you have done over the last few days. Really, from what I just heard as I came in, there is a lot that has been going on into this work, which is very important because this is your work. This is the work that contributes to our own development on the African continent, and it is now timely, as you all have seen. In 2024, the Secretary General of the United Nations launched and the General Assembly adopted the Pact for the Future. There were 4 important elements in that pact. One of them, because of the challenges we've been having from COVID to the war in Ukraine and so many other things happening, it made many countries very poor. And things became so tough that they introduced the reform of the current financial architecture that has existed since 19 45. And he says they must change because they no longer address the challenges of developing countries, especially Africa and many others in the global south. And looking at the issues that we are facing now in terms of debt, in terms of fiscal space, the climate issues, the wars, everything is adding to that. And we are seeing more problems than we are seeing solutions. There was a need for us to have a buffer in terms of addressing some of the challenges. And we are seeing it even today with the war in the Middle East. The second one was looking at technology and how it contributes to the whole entire ecosystem of our life. And the Global Digital Compact was one of the other areas that was really identified as key for today and for the future. No one can do now anything without technology. It's not only an economic side in terms of impact, but also the social, the governance, the security. Technology is everywhere. And we either embrace it or we stay behind. But this one is here to stay. The third one was the intergenerational management. Because if you see the gap between all of you seated here and your children, it is widening every day. And sometimes they are proving to be smarter than us. They have access to more IT information on social media, on other things, and that shapes the way they grow up. That shapes the way they solve the global issues that we are talking about. So that management becomes very key. And it has started, of course, visible in some of the countries. You've seen that in some of the countries, whenever there is jobless, we see that they know how to communicate. They understand the issues. It's no longer the purview of the government. They also have all the information. And if we don't involve them, it becomes another problem. The other one was the reform of the global financial, the Security Council reform, which is very key. That's where decisions are taken. And that's where we decide the new laws that are affecting security and how they are implemented. But what is very clear, as far as this topic is concerned, and that's why we chose it, is that if you don't embrace technology, if you don't embrace innovation, if you don't embrace science, research and development, and try to leapfrog as Africa, we'll be left far behind. In as much as we have the demographic dividend, but if we don't empower them with all aspects of technology, we cannot develop and sustain the development that we've been having. Some of the development that we've been having basically has been mainly because we have assets and we are not doing much about it. We can still grow, but we can grow faster if we added innovation, science, technology, and of course research and development. Everywhere we are still lagging far behind. And so your work here in terms of looking at the future, in terms of looking at sustainability, I think has become very, very important. So I don't want to spend much of the time here, but I just wanted to say we are in a situation where we cannot afford to do business as usual. We must do things differently, and productivity is going to become very key. And that's where technology comes in to add value in terms of what we produce, how we produce it, and how we embrace it, and how we make sure that this work in terms of technology goes into the whole entire development area. And that's the only way you can sustain and compete globally. So I just didn't want to say much. I just wanted to hear from you. And if there are any issues, myself and my colleagues here would be able to come in. But I really wanted again to thank you very much for all the contribution you've made for the last 2 days. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Thank you very much, Honorable Executive Secretary, for your brief remarks that you gave us
an overview of the situation in Africa and that give impetus to the urgent actions we need to put in place while optimizing technologies to overcome the challenge of the structural transformation of our continent. Floor now is to distinguished delegates to raise concerns, ask questions, including those that have been discussed, and we have senior authority from ECA Africa, so we need to optimize this opportunity in order to raise all of our concerns. Distinguished delegates, floor is yours. Senegal, floor is yours. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Executive Secretary, for giving us this opportunity. I would like, after thanking the Executive Secretary, speak about the preparatory phase of this conference, and during the briefing of the 5th of March, various delegations had requested to include an item as to the crisis in the Middle East and its impact on African economies. Is this an item we're gonna address during the ministerial conference? Otherwise, the Executive Secretary, could you share with us an analysis as to the potential impact of this Middle East crisis on the African economies? Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Maybe while waiting for more questions to be asked. Okay, then Gambia. Distinguished delegate from Gambia, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and for the way and manner you have conducted this session. I have two questions for the Executive Director. Since the beginning of this session, we have been talking about one of the solutions for our problems in Africa, that is DRM. But I just wanted to ask, because the recommendations that we have in the report, they are on the global end. So I will, since this is a technical committee, I would like maybe the Executive Director to take us through some of the elements of DRM that countries need to focus on. Because countries might, opt for the easier path on tax revenue, and then we know that most of our economies, a large part of it is informal, and broadening the tax base without sequencing those reforms might hinder even economic progress rather than improving the livelihoods of people. So, if we say DRM, what are the major areas that we should focus on, so that we will mobilize the needed resources? The second part is, on the discussions here, we've mentioned about the need for resources and all that, but one part that is missing from my end is the efficiency in the utilization of these resources. We have seen that African economies or countries will borrow. How much of it is utilized efficiently to be able to impact or to be able to have efficient investment, public investment, such that we have higher returns, and then we are able to, employ our youths, and then the economies become more productive and drive, sustainable economic growth. And I think that is an area that also we needed to focus more. One thing is to mobilize resources, but the other side of it is to efficiently utilize the resources such that productivity gains will improve. So these are the areas that I wanted the Executive Director to touch on. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, puisque nous n'avons
Thank you very much. Since there is no other request for taking the floor, let us at this stage, there seems to be the distinguished representative of the Republic of Cameroon. Floor is yours, sir. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We would like to also commend the attendance and arrival of the Executive Secretary of ECA for Africa. And I would like to ask you about the existing correlation between the technological excellence centers in Africa and the innovation problematic. We would like to also know whether at the level of UNICA there is a survey or a study that has been conducted on this problematic of the technological excellence centers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegate from Cameroon at this stage and waiting for other requests for the floor. Let us make it over to distinguished delegate from Morocco. Floor is yours. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Executive Secretary, this is not a question as much as it is a comment bouncing back on the comment of Gambia's question regarding resources mobilization. Indeed, the Moroccan delegation is quite aware of this problematic issue, which actually constitutes an issue in the continent. A ministerial high-level conference has been scheduled as a side event of the proceedings of the ministerial conference in order to encourage exchanges amongst finance ministers who will be attending this event to identify potential solutions as well as common commitments of the ministers of finance. This is going to be discussed on Wednesday, 1st of April at 6 p.m. in Tangiers, and we sent the invitations to all of the partners of UNICA as well as all ministers of finance. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution, which actually sets the stage for these side events taking place as of tomorrow. So we are encouraging you to take part to those high-level side events proceedings. Without further ado, we make it over to the Honorable Executive Secretary to answer the various concerns raised by the Honorable Delegates. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if you reserved the hardest question for me, but I think this is exactly the meaning of this kind of event, a technical meeting. Let me start with the crisis in the Middle East, which is one of the shocks that we are having, and especially when we know that 38% of the fuel that we use here on the continent comes from the Middle East. And we know that there is also trade between the Middle East and Africa. We know that fertilizer and other food items and non-food items, including medicine, also pass through Middle East, and they are highly affected at this point in time. And when you have an impact of this magnitude, especially on something so important like gas and fuel, the fuel that we use in the whole entire transport, the fuel that we use in our industries, and also the gas that we use for cooking and other elements. This is something that touches everyone, every ordinary person. And the main, of course, idea when you see these things is to say, how far is the inflation going to go? And this inflation here is not the inflation that's going to be dealt with mainly by the central bank, because it's not money supply, it's not monetary related, it's more on the fiscal side. And that means that for you to address this one here, there is a big role of government. in terms of subsidies. Otherwise, the monetary instruments, the repos, the repurchasing agreements cannot work. They have a limit to how much they can work, because this one transmits into everything that we do. Whether you are transporting food from the rural area to urban area, whether you are really transporting anything, it transmits into everything that we do. And then, in addition to that, there is another element, and I realized it when I was in 2011, when there was this, what they call Arab Spring, and the barrel, it went above above $100 per barrel of oil. And we saw that even things that had nothing to do with energy had to go up. So speculation becomes it comes very fast. And even some of the companies that had bought fuel beforehand at lower cost, they had to hike it because of the high demand and shortage of that kind of fuel. So that is something we are likely to see, definitely, that is going to be dealt with. And also looking at other things, including if there is no fertilizer, then the harvest definitely is going to be affected. So there are things that are going to be affected immediately, that you can see the results. There are others that also you'll have an impact in the next few months. But because of the magnitude of this, ECA, together with the UNDP Africa Bureau and Africa Development Bank, together with African Union Commission, we had to get together to really think through this amount of impact that is likely to have. So we are still consulting, and we are on the 1st of this month. That's first will be on Wednesday. We'll be having a press conference, and then on the 2nd, we'll be having a discussion with all of you and your ministers together on the work that we are doing in this area. Because the impact is heavy, we have to look at who are impacted, and mainly already we are seeing that Eastern Africa and Southern Africa are the ones who are getting mainly that kind of imports that are coming from the Middle East in terms of especially fuel. And we are also seeing other impacts that are coming in, which we are going to discuss and tell you how far where we are in terms of doing this kind of analysis that is going to brief the ministers of finance. And of course, there will be also other benefits. Whenever there is a problem, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. And that's why sometimes you see things that we never expected. For people who are coming from Kenya, you saw the increase in terms of volume at Lamu port. For those that from Southern Africa, you saw Maputo, you saw the Durban ports also increasing in terms of volume. Goods that are going the other way around to the Cape of Good Hope are now being rerouted to be handled by Durban. And we see the port in Namibia that is refueling, the South Pacific. It has become like a refueling center. And the Dangote refinery is now almost booming, really. And some of the airlines which are coming sometime from the Middle East taking advantage of the global network, some of them had to be taken by other airlines, including Ethiopian Airlines. But these are the things that we are still following to get the proper numbers to understand the impact of it. Nothing is now very concrete because the war is still going on. And we don't know when it will end, but it is every day that passes, it is having a big impact. And you can imagine, of course, the Middle East has become a market, especially Dubai, for most of your countries in terms of goods and trade and everything else. So once it is affected, we are also affected in different ways. So this is a discussion that we'll have on Thursday in the morning, but also we'll have a press conference as I said, on the 1st, which is on Wednesday. And so we'll talk much about that one later. We've been having a joint work that is being done, and then this work will continue to brief even heads of state, and because the war, we don't know when it's going to end. And the numbers you have today may change tomorrow, may change another day. So we are it's work in progress. That's how we are taking it. Now for Gambia, the question that we are raising is very, very important. Very, very important, and this one here is, I will put it as number one, really. Because some of us found ourselves in a system, a financial architecture that we never created. we found a financial architecture whereby someone can afford to give you free money in terms of aid, although sometimes it has conditions, and then tells you that you can go and get concessional loan if you want to continue to grow, and you don't have to be rated at all. And then at the end of the day, if you have higher indebtedness, then there is a process that can, relieve that kind of debt. Once you create a situation like that, then you are creating dependency syndrome. There was no incentive for us to be able to generate a lot of domestic resources. Because if there is a problem like climate or any shock, someone is going to come to your rescue and give you free money. So aid that used to be there, it has now declined. Even humanitarian assistance has declined. And now the window that we had, which was very cheap, which was concessional resources, it is also not enough because our economies are growing very fast compared to the needs, compared to the resources available for the either resources or those that we source from the concessional window of the Africa Development Bank. It was very cheap. When I was a finance minister, I was really looking at this and I say, well, if someone can give you 0.75% or even close to zero for 40 years or 30 years with 10 years grace period, I think this is good money. This is good money that you never think of how to reform your own system. But then, of course, now that things are not so good, the shocks are many, the challenges are coming, and from climate to all these shocks that we are seeing, and then the money is not enough, and you are highly indebted, and there's no more the Paris Club that used to be there, because there used to be Paris Club, London Club, but at least now that there is a situation whereby all the countries have to agree, and the way they function is not the same way as Paris Club used to work. So we have to find alternative, and the alternative is looking inward, is looking at how do we generate our own resources. And to develop the country, it's not only the government, there is also the private sector. So there is resources for government to invest, there is also resources for private sector. And for government, it's mainly taxation, which most of you know. And there are everybody is doing taxation. There is nothing new. But then, how do you get the right taxes? There are countries like, for example, Georgia, that have flat tax. And you say VAT or any other taxes, we cap it at this percentage. Others are too high, others are too low, but the first thing first is to get your taxes right. And once you get the taxes right, to be paid by everyone, how do you do it? There must be people to collect taxes, who are trained, who know how to collect taxes, who are incentivized to be able to do that. Secondly, it is the equipments that you need that can reach anywhere, that can collect taxes, and the staff that can be able to do that. And to do that, you start from the customs, where you have like a SPUDA++, then you go all the way that links to the whole entire system of digitization. Because with digital system, then everybody, knowing that everybody has a tax identification number, and you know what they do, and you can track the income properly, then you know that the chances are that everybody is going to pay what they are supposed to pay, depending on which tax. If it is property tax, you know the land, you know the value, you know everything, and if you put a technology, you can imagine now at least you can collect as much as you can. So the digitization becomes very important. The technology becomes very important. The equipments that you use also become very important. Education is one of the most important things. And there are many countries that have what they call taxpayers' day, whereby you also have to acknowledge and award the companies, individuals who are paying taxes the best way accordingly by the law, so that they have an incentive that this is really their resources are being appreciated. But at the same time, it is how you use those resources that also encourage. If you use those resources, you build roads, you provide water, you provide electricity, you provide other needs of the community, they can appreciate that actually what the money is doing is quite useful. But then there are also some mistakes that we make. And when I'm telling you the mistakes we make, I also made them. When I was there, sometimes there are political considerations. Sometimes you provide incentives. You have an investment code that is saying, there is one company I won't say, but where you provide incentive for 7 years, and you say tax waiver because you're going to employ so many hundreds of thousands of people. You're going to produce at this level. You're going to do A, B, C, D. You have a whole checklist, but you never take the time to go and check whether those jobs were created and what kind of jobs are they, and whether this company has paid this much which it was supposed to pay. And then after 7 years, it changes the name and it comes with another name and wants the same incentives again. And then you find there's a whole problem. And then you find other companies which are saying, okay, for us, a big chunk of our work, I'm an international company, but a lot of work is being done by our sister companies. And then they say you need to reduce by about 5 to 10% because this is the work that is being done by another sister company, which you don't know, which you don't know what it did, which you don't have any proof, you don't have anything. Lack of transparency. So, and then when you talk about in the informal sector being formalized, also you have to be very careful because the informal sector, these are small companies that are many. And if you don't help them, if you want more money, you have to assist them to grow so that as they grow, they can actually produce, they can employ people, you tax the people, you tax their income, but at the same time, they also get more income. That's when you can start now charging them as you go on. But if you start punishing them when they are still infant, they will never come up. And then you find that you are only relying on less than 50% of the companies, of those that are supposed to be paying taxes, because they are the only ones you can see the income. And then you find that actually you are constraining them, and that one affects the whole growth of the economy. So it's very important to say which companies, how do we help them to grow, and then from there, then the tax will come in different ways. But you need to help them to grow. Then, so the investment code has to be very careful reading. First of all is to track everybody who is in business, what kind of business, which ones need help, what kind of help. The investors from the country and from abroad, how do we encourage them to invest? And then you look, of course, the whole entire system. So there is a way technology helps in terms of making sure that everybody pays what they are supposed to pay, and then also to prevent the leakages that are going on, the illicit financial flows, as you say, and also looking at the standards in terms of the work that we are doing in terms of the global, the companies which are based there, and to make sure that we have the same rules, rather than just signing with each of the country that for companies that are in your country should not be taxed in another country the same way, this and that, but you can have one global rule that applies to everyone. And that's just for the companies. But then for the companies which are working from the private sector, they have the same problem as government. At least the government has access to those cheap resources, although it's not enough. But how about the private sector? From my understanding everywhere, if there is no capital market which provides long-term resources, then definitely the companies will struggle. They will just borrow from the commercial banks. The commercial banks cannot get a higher rating than your government rating. Imagine some of our countries which are not rated. I mean, the price becomes always consistently very high. Others are borrowing at 2%. Your country, in terms of your local currency, if you go to the, I don't know how many of your commercial banks are lending below 15%. Some of them can go as far as 20%. Okay, how much profit are you going to make to be able to pay back the loan and then make a profit and then grow your company? That becomes very difficult. And that is one of the reasons why, because some of the governments were not being rated. Currently, we have 19 countries that have never been rated since independence. So that gives you an idea. The last one, of course, was Guinea, which did a very good job with the help of the ECA last year, which went to the market, was assisted, and it was rated B+ with stable outlook, which was very good. But there are 19 that have never been rated. And that's why it is very, very important that once the countries get a good rating, also the financial institutions, they keep also moving up, and that becomes very helpful. And if you have if you move an extra step and have a capital market not only for the big companies, by the way, even for the SMEs, the unit trusts, so many of them that you really can cater for the SMEs, then you know that you are supporting them, not necessarily going to the commercial banks, but they can really issue an IPO and be able to move on. And this is how they can sustain the growth. But if you see most of our capital markets, they are so weak. And the financial center that usually supports the capital market, sometimes it's never existent. And that's why we are having a problem. So you cannot only say domestic resource mobilization is only taxation. No. It has also to cater for the private sector. The private sector also do investment. And sometimes we punish them. Sometimes we overborrow on the local market, and then the price goes up. And then you find that they are also constrained. And at the end of the day, it's the investment that is also constrained. So I just didn't want to spend much, but what the point that you raised is very, very important. And then the other issue is all the money that we borrow, all the money that we raise in terms of taxes, how are they used? I think this is a long topic that I could say, and I could really tell you from my own experience, where the Minister of Planning would make their own plan, finance, and then you approve the budget by the Parliament, and when you go to implement, then it becomes a problem. You find that there is some of the resources have not been used. There's always an excuse of how the money was not used for what it was supposed to use, for some of the corruption that goes on into the whole implementation, of the misuse of the resources, especially when it comes to those that are borrowed resources. You are not supposed to borrow for consumption. Usually that's the wrong decision that you could ever have. Whatever you borrow should be in line with your long-term objectives of the government. And then you should be borrowing for investment and not for consumption. And you should have a clear legal process on how you manage your debt, whether it is a debt unit or a debt agency that has all the tools. Most of them, they use two of them, either use the Commonwealth one or use the DM First that is produced by the UNCTAD. And that one helps you in terms of understanding all the debt that you have, whether it's brought by the government, whether it is state-owned enterprises, whether it's the short-term that you borrowing that you use, whether it is guarantees, everything is well compiled. And then it should go by the law of the government, which is designed, which is in the budget law. And within that budget law, there has to be the role of the Parliament in terms of approving. It must be very, very clear. And then what you cannot borrow for, what you cannot exceed, and accounting, making sure that there is nothing left out, so that you don't have a shock of one of your public company finding is over indebted without you knowing about it. And this has to be approved by the, of course, Parliament. So there has to be a process, and then there has to be a limit. There has to be a discipline in terms of how to do that. But also in terms of implementation of your own government programs, there has to be a different way of doing things. You have the ministries, maybe you know yourselves, government's ministry that don't work together. My ministry don't touch it, and another one doesn't touch it. You don't work together, and yet you are one government. So that becomes a problem. But at the same time, you don't have a structure on how you work with local government. From central government to the local government, there is a problem. There is linkages. Let me tell you one of the stories from my own country, Rwanda, which I used to have. We used to go to a district. I go there because my job requires that I do something in the district. Another day, another one goes there in agriculture, another one in environment, another one in health, another one in this. and nobody talks to each other. And you find the mayor is still running around without really having any control. And whatever we do in a district, we are not coordinated as well. So that becomes a problem, a very, very big problem. And also, we used to have what we used to do in terms of procurement and payment systems, which was not coordinated until we introduced the Integrated Financial Management Information System. That one now goes from the e-procurement all the way to that financing, up to the final payment. You can see it in the system. Whether you are an embassy in Russia or in Brazil, everybody can see what you are doing. So once it is in the system, you can't cheat. It becomes very straightforward. So that digitization of also the government payment also becomes very important. But also, in terms of delivery, what was very useful, which I appreciated when I was still in government, was the performance contracts. The performance contracts where you sign, you agree, it is very clear, you sign for it. And actually, if you don't achieve it, you can fire yourself. It's very clear. And everything is published, it's audited by an international firm that comes and sees what you plan to do, what you did, and then from there, it will show you what you did not do. It's very, very clear. But before that, it depends on who can defend himself or herself better. And that one is very dangerous because you don't achieve your objectives. And this one is done in a transparent manner. So if you don't do that, then how do you deliver? So if nobody asks you questions, if nobody holds you accountable, then there's no way you can deliver. So that's the efficiency which I wanted just to say. And for Cameroon, in terms of the technology, I don't know if I understood your question very well. You are asking whether we are doing some work in terms of excellence centers or Cameroon, please.
Merci, Excellence. La délégation.
Excellency, the delegation of Cameroon had requested possible clarifications that there may have between the technological excellence centers and what we also call the excellence poles, but also the correlation with innovation in Africa. Because this is a matter we have discussed thoroughly during this whole session, and I wanted to understand what would be the correlation, the interaction between these technological excellence centers, which are quite numerous in our universities and training centers. Well, we know that the World Bank used to finance these technological excellence centers, which should act as a relay between the universities and the businesses when it comes to innovation and patent development. And in this regard, we wish to have your view on this possible correlation. On the other hand, we would like to know whether the ECA has conducted any survey, study on these particular centers. Thank you, Excellency. That was the content of our question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that's a very, very good question because we must know what we have. See, when we started the Global Digital Compact, I was the co-facilitator. And I learned so much because I'm not the expert in that area. And when you are not an expert, you learn very fast to catch up and be able to connect others. And when I came to the ECA, I found they were doing quite a lot in that area. And we decided actually to establish a division in charge of that, of technology and infrastructure, all infrastructure, including technology infrastructure. And I found they were working with so many centers, including universities, but also others in that area of technology. And I think we have an expert here, Makta, I think is around here, or Robert, who is his boss, or Dr. Hanan, who is their boss of the boss. Any of them can be able to explain it better than me. As I said, I'm not an expert. But we are working with everybody in that area, starting from universities, technical and vocational training institutions, with others who are involved in that area of technology. And also not only learning from them, but also implementing within governments. So this is the work that we do on a daily basis, and maybe I would like Maktai, if he's around, to be able to say something. Or if he's not around, then Robert is around, and he can be able to say something about it. And Morocco, thank you very much for your event. We know that it's at 6 o'clock, which is, I think, on the 1st. The 1st, I think, which is on a Wednesday. And definitely we'll be there, and we very much appreciate what you have done. By the way, there is something that the last time I was here, we visited a center in Morocco. I have never seen technical and vocational training of that nature, where you have everything together, done first class, and you can see every trade in that area. We visited, forgotten the name of the area where we visited as a sample, and this was at the request, of course, the others in agriculture, others, there were so many, and all in one place. And you could see that this one is geared towards the industries that were in Morocco, what you are producing, rather than just training people and hoping they can one day meet an industry of their choice. But this one, they are training for the industries, which is something that's unique. And for the people who are visiting here, I would really encourage them to go and visit. I'm sure you'll see what I mean, because this was a very good experience for me. So thank you so much. So I don't know if, yes, Robert, I think that's what you are paid for partly. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, indeed, human capacity is a big challenge in technological development on the continent. And one of the ways that we are trying to address that is through the development of data centers. Just to say concretely, EC has been involved in setting up a Center of Excellence for Cybersecurity in Togo. There's one Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence in Congo, and also with Rwanda on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But beyond that, EC is also involved in creating innovative labs. And that's what we have been working in Botswana to create what is called the smart boards. And here you do have a space with computers for young innovators, but also to develop applications across board in fintech, cybersecurity, and so on and so forth. EC also has been involved to create what we call the Association of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa. So you create a platform where different universities involved in entrepreneurship are working together. So the whole issue of Centers of Excellence is to solve the challenge where Africa is mostly using technology that is developed elsewhere. And how do you create the platform, the environment where we have the skills to develop technology within the continent, not just what to use, not just to use what is developed elsewhere. So that is the idea, and that is what we are doing. And obviously, we want to listen to countries that would like to work with us.
So it's surprising, 2 years ago when we went to see, because we are talking about AI, and sometimes you are guessing whether there is AI being applied in some of our countries, and you do a survey and you find more than 2,400 really AI products in agriculture, in health, in business, in so many other areas, in education. And then you find that actually we are advanced, only that we don't talk to each other. One country does not talk to the other, does not, and that's why we decided that we need to compile some of these innovations that have worked using AI, and then make it available to every country, so that at least the other countries who feel that these technologies are very useful, then they could be copied, they could be modified and customized to their own needs. Thank you very much. Any other question? Please, you can toss any question you want. Here we have the experts here. Take advantage of them. I'm the least qualified among them, so you can imagine. Yeah. Okay. Since there is nobody asking a question, either what you are saying is not very interesting, or it is late in the night. Okay, so I think they told me you are very active, so when I came I was almost scared. I don't know if you are doing this to make my life easier, but I really want to thank you so much for really the great work that you have done. And we always count on you because this development is for our own countries. You know, our own countries, and if we don't take this economy in your hands, then you know that nobody is going to come from outside and be able to do it for us. This is the time we have to wake up, learn from each other, and ECA is always there to support you in any way possible to make sure that some of the areas that you talked about, especially the domestic resource mobilization, but that also goes with exactly the efficiency that you mentioned, in terms also management of our economies, and that incorporates almost everything. It's not just forecasting numbers and then we are done. It is what we do there to make sure that we can generate these positive numbers depending on the investment that we make in the right way. For every country, if we can have the pillars of development and focus on them and do things right, I'm sure that will be very useful. And then make sure that we apply science, technology, and innovation in terms of doing it, and we are held accountable. And I think there we can make significant progress and we can be able to compete. Otherwise, Asian countries have grown, they were at our level, but they have overgrown, they are no longer with us. But I think where we are now, given the challenges we are facing, should be a lesson for us. But I have no doubt that with, from what I have heard from your debates, I think we can make it, especially if we work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gatete, for your engagement and for the perspectives you have provided. I do know that one of the questions we do have once in a while from member states is how exactly do we ask for support from the ECA? And one of the things we do tell them is that please write to the Executive Secretary, let him know what support your country would need from your ministries, and we'll be very happy to provide that engagement and support. So, without further ado, can we please give Mr. Gatete a round of applause and kindly appreciate him for his time. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the third day of our meetings. We thank you so much for your time, for the time you have spent, for your questions and engagements, not only this evening, but over the past 3 days. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for the side events, which will take place in various rooms here at the Palais. The detailed schedule of the side events is available on the website of COM 2026 and will also be displayed and is already displayed on the screen for your use. Kindly note that shuttle services will continue to be available to transport delegates to and from the designated conference hotels. On this note, I wish you a restful and pleasant evening and look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much.
you.